Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Why has it put the StreamYard overlay on? Hold on a minute. Let me get rid of that. There we go. All right. Right, we're here super early. For the majority of you, it's going to be like the middle of the night. It's 9 a.m. for me. So, we are here to talk about a live stream that was on Websleuths channel. This live stream here. Websleuths. And it's good to see Websleuths growing. I've been a subscriber of this channel since I think Trisha was on like 2k subs or something when I subscribed. So it's nice to see this channel growing because there's a lot of interesting information, and it's usually 100% drama free. So it's a good one. All right. So what happened? Well, this happened 4 hours ago. Yeah, 4 hours ago. So I've only watched the first hour and a bit. And for those of you who watched it live, you've seen more of it than I have. But I started watching it, and then I thought, when Chris came on, I thought, I'm gonna stop this and I'm gonna watch it all with you. So that you get my reaction without me having thought about it. So we're going to be here for a minute because it was a 3+ hour live stream. Now, I'm not going to play the first hour, but for those of you who haven't seen it and you'd prefer to watch the whole thing all the way through without my commentary, please do. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, and it's also in the description box. So if you'd prefer to just sit and watch it without me, then I understand, that's absolutely fine. The first hour and change was Chloe. So the interview was actually with Chloe. Chloe is one of Seth Rogers' PIs, and she's been working with Seth for a few weeks now. There's also another PI called Heather, who the other day in my live stream, I was calling Hannah. I don't know why, but her name's Heather. So there's two PIs, Chloe and Heather. So it was Chloe that was on the live stream. And honestly, she didn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. She was very cautious, understandably so, and I'm glad she was. She confirmed a few things, but it's only what we know already. So I'm not going to play that. It became very, very interesting when Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepdad, requested to come on, and he came out swinging. Let's just put it that way. He came out fighting. He was as mad as hell. So I caught, I don't know, must have been the first 5-10 minutes of him being as mad as hell. And then I decided to stop, take the dogs for a walk, and then come live and watch it all with you. So that's where we're at. Before we get into the live stream, though, I'm going to just show you Sebastian's Amber Alert. I think we all know the details, but I think it's important to share his Amber Alert frequently. So this is Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, white male, brown hair, brown eyes, 5'5", just short of 120 pounds, and he's been missing. He was reported missing on February 26th of this year from the Stafford Court area of Hendersonville in Sumner County in Tennessee. And if you've got any credible tips, not just something that you heard on the internet or not just something that you saw a psychic say, any credible tips should be sent to either the Sumner County Emergency Communications Centre at 615-451-3838 or the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. So that's Sebastian's Amber Alert. Still an active Amber Alert, obviously, because he hasn't been seen. Not hide nor hair of him has been seen. So in the conversation with Chloe, they talked a little bit about the cameras, and they can't understand why Sebastian wasn't caught on any cameras. And I think I've answered that, honestly. I've done a couple of videos about the cameras, and I think I've answered it. I think he wasn't caught on cameras because even though on the map, and maybe even in real life, it looks like the houses on Kellen and on Stafford are close to the road, but they're not close. I mapped them all out. I actually mapped Kellen from the dispatch audio. I mapped the ones. So the dispatch audio was like just the first few hours of the search, and some of them no one was in. So the cops were going up Kellen and Stafford, and they went over here and did this road. They went over here and did this road. And I just mapped Kellen because it's, according to Chris Proudfoot, that's the way that the dog track went. So cut across the next door neighbour's backyard, and maybe went this way, up here, up Kellen, onto the construction site. And that's where several dogs tracked him, according to Chris. Only according to Chris. I've speculated that perhaps Sebastian went through the backyards and straight through the construction site, which would be much shorter. But Chris has told Trey from North Divers and Grey Hughes that the track went this way up Kellen. But these houses are like 50, 60 feet away from the road. So ring doorbells would not pick him up. Ring doorbells would not pick him up, not close enough. Surveillance cameras would have picked him up if it hadn't been really dark and he'd been wearing black. A security camera would have had a hope of picking him up, but it would have to be a decent camera, with, night vision. Mike, sent, no sent, sent, no sent. I know. Because the cop, like on the dispatch audio, it's clear that Max, the German Shepherd, got a scent. Was it Sebastian scent? We don't know. But it's Chris who said that two of the other dogs, so not including Max, a bloodhound and a blue tick coonhound, both got a scent that led them all the way up to Kellen and then to the retention pond. But the cops have disputed that. So I just don't know. Anyhow, before we get into this, I'm going to get into this right now. I'm going to do a little sound check. And again, the link to this is pinned to the top of the chat and in the description box as well. All right, let's go. So this is the point where Chris comes on. And I've listened to the first less than 10 minutes of Chris being as mad as hell. So you're going to get my reaction to this. Again, if you prefer to watch it without me, without my reaction, that's fine. Just go and watch it all through yourself. All right, let's go. Let me know the sound's all right. All right, so is the sound all right? I've got it on 1.5. You can't hear. All right, okay. Hold on, let me just refresh this. There's a problem with StreamYard audio at the moment. It's been doing it a little. It did it the other day. So you've got to just go out of it and come back in, and then that seems to That seems to work. Okay, that's why I wanted to do a sound check.
To have the opportunity, you know, like I said to him earlier.
All right, can you hear it now?
Worst nightmare.
Or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said yes.
Can hear now. All right. So it's a StreamYard issue. Okay, so it's gone. Where's it gone? Right. So this is where Chris comes on. Good stuff. I'll turn it up a bit, but it sounds okay. Good, good, good. Everyone can hear now. All right. Let's start again. And thank you for the $4.99, Bobby Flint. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Good now.
Trish.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Coming.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to
Yes.
the host and the guests on our show.
No crappy comments, please. Okay.
Right.
No
this
crappy.
is about a missing child.
Right.
And that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay. So who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Well, very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I can understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
And Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather has
Heather
been
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit on
reached
the
out to
show
you
and sit here
month or
and give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Well, so much from all working together. Someone before I came on had put in the chat. Can't find it now. Hold on a minute. It's right up the top. But it was words to the effect of that they're looking forward to my take on the pairing between Chris and Seth. I mean, look, the last few videos I've talked about that pairing, and it's great. Great in theory, fantastic in theory. But two egos clashing. I don't know. And it, you know, some things that Seth has said this week that Chris isn't replying to emails. And I did a whole video on what Seth said about needing approval from Chris. And yeah, great in theory, you know, worked fantastic for the Petito and Smith families in the Gabby Petito case. You know, they're a blended family. Gabby had 2 dads and 2 moms, and they worked together. Any issues that they had between them was never made public. I don't know if they just all got on great, you know, for the whole of Gabby's life. I've no idea. But when it works, it really works, because essentially you've got 4 people or 3 people who are joint, who have a voice, who have a huge voice. But when they're at loggerheads like this, and you know, Seth's a hothead, Chris is a hothead, then it's ultimately a recipe for disaster, isn't it? So Chris is saying that this is Chloe, by the way. Chloe has never reached out to him, but she disputes that.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
I understand it. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son.
My personal opinion, I think it does matter what was going on in the house. I absolutely think it does matter if it's related to Sebastian's disappearance. And earlier on this week, the other PI, Heather, did a live stream on this, was on News Nation, and Seth was with her, and she says her theory, what she believes, is that there's been a domino effect. This domino effect occurred from about December, January. And Chloe also discussed that a verified, reliable source close to the Proudfoots have said that Chris and Katie's marriage was on the rocks. And I understand that Chris wanted to portray, you know, their family life as being some kind of idyllic perfection. But listen, who has a life that's idyllic perfection? Probably no one. The majority of people, you know, where there's families, there's issues. But that wanting to portray the family as everyone getting on great, well, that would be cool if everyone did get on great. But obviously that wasn't true. And Chris doesn't want this information being talked about. But where it is relevant to Sebastian's disappearance, and I think it is relevant. Now, I don't think I've never said that Chris is involved, that Kate is involved, that Seth's involved directly in Sebastian's disappearance. I don't think any of them murdered him or hid him away or anything like that. I just don't think that happened. I don't think we've got any evidence to suggest that. I don't think the cops have. So, but indirectly, it is relevant, in my opinion. Because if Sebastian knew that there was fights going on and that 3-hour phone call, I've speculated, and it's just my pure speculation, that perhaps Chris and Katie were having an argument on the phone, and that's why they were there for 3 hours, and Sebastian was listening, and he was upset, and he left. Now, did he leave? You know, I'm gone, I'm out of here, I don't want to live here anymore, you know, a permanent leaving? Or was it, look, I just need to clear my head? And we know from a couple of neighbours that Sebastian does wander about the neighbourhood. We don't know how often Sebastian went out at night. I used to go out regularly at night when I was 15. There was always fights and arguments in my house. It was a very tense atmosphere. And I used to go out with my dog at all times of the day and night to clear my head, to just get out of there. Is that what happened to Sebastian? If so, then it is relevant. And I don't know why they can't just say, listen, we were having an argument. I don't understand why that's such a big deal, honestly, quite frankly. Yeah, Kyle's just got up. He's going out later, so he's just got up. He's probably pissed off. I've probably woken him up because I'm in the next room. Thank you, Alwyn, for the €10. That's so kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Seth has 2 PIs. One of them is this one. This one's Chloe. And then the other one is Heather. So Heather's the other one who was on News Nation 2 or 3 nights ago.
That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It doesn't matter. That boy is loved by me just like he's my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make
And I agree. I absolutely agree. We're just trying to all try to understand what it was like in that house in the days, weeks before he went missing, because that might shed some light on why he went missing. Linda, if you can't hear, just fast forward like a minute or 2, because the sound's fine now.
just even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay. I get it. I get what you're saying, that he's come under a lot of heat over the last 2 months. There's been some incredibly wild theories come out about Chris. He's had his name slandered all over the internet, as has Katie. And I can understand them being angry. I really can. I'd probably come out swinging as well if I was in their position. However, where there's a void, I say this all the time, where there's a void, people will come along and fill that void. So Chloe was saying in the first hour before Chris came on that she's never worked a case like this, that the cops are just so tight-lipped, they can't even get the missing persons report. And she said she's never had that before. When she works a case and, you know, she requests the missing persons report or, you know, the initial officers' reports, they get them. You know, the licensed PIs, they get them. But in this case, the cops just won't hand anything over. They're just being really tight-lipped. Now, Heather, the other PI, said on News Nation that they are warming a little bit. They have been able to get some information from the cops, some of what they can share, some of what they can't share. But they won't give them any information, even about the basic timeline. And that, for me, is a huge problem. And that's not Chris or Katie or Seth. That's the cops who are creating this void. There's no reason, absolutely no reason why the cops can't give a basic timeline of things that they can confirm. There's no reason why they can't do that. And if they can't confirm a timeline, then they need to tell us that they've not confirmed a timeline. Look, the cops are not obliged to tell the public anything. They're not obliged to. But it does help when cops are a little bit more open. And it doesn't mean to say that they have to give anything away that's pertinent to the ongoing investigation. They can give things that they can confirm, that who they've ruled out. Those types of things they can say. We know this. You know, cops in other jurisdictions do this. They absolutely do this. They do this in my country in the Nicola Bully case, for example, from last year. Cops gave us a timeline. They gave us a timeline. They were able to, you know, rule out certain things. And it still didn't stop people being wild, but it helped. It did help. It certainly helped me. In the Idaho 4 case, very early on, they were able to say who they'd ruled out. That they'd ruled out the roommates, they'd ruled out the boyfriends, they'd ruled out the people at the grub truck. Does it stop the speculation? No, it doesn't, but it helps. It absolutely helps, especially for people like me, who I do speculate, I do theorize, but I embed, I start with the facts and then extrapolate, you know, but I stay within the facts. But where there are no facts, that's a problem. And that's Tennessee all over. That's what's happened in the Summer Wells case. The fact that the cops just haven't given us anything. They haven't given us a timeline. Then you rely on the parents, the family, the neighbours to fill in those blanks. And that in itself creates this massive knock-on effect, because some people blame this person but believe this person, and it just spirals. It's Summer Wells 2.0. It absolutely is, because it's the same jurisdiction, it's the same state, and Tennessee needs to review their policies. But anyhow, let's carry on.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
So let me help y'all something. 'Cause
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
okay,
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went
Oh
missing.
no,
They
it's
said-
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
there.
I
Okay,
said people.
okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some foul stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust
let's
me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
So it doesn't look like they're working together, does it? Doesn't, does it?
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So
good.
by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
But Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing: when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell them, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on. It is
The
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not you. I'm saying the public.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh, dear. Yeah, they own a cemetery, they own a funeral home. There's just some ridiculous that they took Sebastian on a private plane to Alaska. Ridiculous. Oh, no grounding in fact at all. So I get why he's angry. I do. But he's not help matters. He's not. In the early days, he didn't help it at all. He didn't help it at all. You didn't know Chris had a lisp. I've got it on 1.5 speed. So that's why they sound like they're talking fast. If it's a massive problem for a lot of people, I can slow it down a bit. But we'd be at 50% longer if I slow it back to normal. It's too fast. I'll put it on 1.25 then. Put it on 1.25. That's almost normal. He's a life-size walking red flag. 5 marriages, no kids visiting or living with him. Yeah. Yeah, but none of that can tell us anything directly about what happened to Sebastian. Like the fact that he's on his 5th marriage probably shows that he's cantankerous and difficult to get on with. He can, like I said earlier, it can tell us what Sebastian's life was like in the days and weeks before he went missing. And it maybe can give us insight into whether Sebastian was happy or whether he was upset, and did he leave because he was upset? That kind of thing. It can tell us that. But I'd be angry. I'd come out swinging as well, because I'm a hothead. So I don't criticize anybody for being a hothead, because I am myself. So just because somebody's been married for 5 times doesn't mean to say they go around murdering children. It just means that they're probably difficult to get on with, or they've just met the wrong people. Going to let your horses out. Keep listening. He's just distracting. Likes to be the main character. He certainly did at first. I think they probably were all a little bit naive at first about what social media would do to them. And I think they've learned. They've learned now. Right.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But
It doesn't
And
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear
one
it up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear that
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And
what
that's not
was
what
the
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it. And I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this.
Trisha's cat's getting in on the action. He wasn't so rude to Nancy Grace. No, he wasn't. They were both on their best behavior on Nancy Grace, which I think is interesting. I think it's very interesting. Yeah, Seth does feed the drama train. He does at times. I agree with that. He does at times. So if you can't hear, just fast forward it about 2 minutes because there was an issue with the sound at first and I just had to refresh and it was fine.
Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot
That's
of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people on.
Honestly, I don't know where people come up with crazy stuff. I've no idea. Someone says something and then it just becomes fact. It is. It's awful. It's awful, but we see it case after case after case. So this case isn't special in that regard, but the more public interest a case gets, the worse it becomes. And he does have a point. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He's standing up for his family. He is. Nancy Grace's eyebrows alone intimidate you. Yeah. Yeah. What was her question? I don't know. Maybe she'll read it. I don't know.
Online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay, we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, So, okay, everybody, stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Websleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is.
Yeah. Trish is doing really well. Trish is doing really well. The cat's having none of it. Yeah. The cat's having none of it. Does he own a new motorcycle? Wow. Don't know.
I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee Friday investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
Okay, so that's the question. That's the question. But he apparently didn't respond. What channel is this on? This is Websleuths. The channel Websleuths. The link to this live stream is pinned at the top of the chat, and it's also in the description box for replay viewers. So if you want to go and just watch this through without my commentary, then you're very welcome to do so. But I'm responding to this without having seen it. Didn't they skip the vigils too? Yeah, they haven't been to the vigils. And honestly, the amount of crap they've been receiving, I mean, apparently they've had death threats. Would you want to go under those circumstances? I don't know that I would. I probably would. I probably would go to make a big confrontation. But that's just me. And maybe I wouldn't feel that way if it was my child that was missing. Maybe I wouldn't want to create that spectacle if it was my child that was missing. The crap is their own fault. It's not all their own fault. Yes, they had a hand in it at the beginning, but I don't think all the crazy nonsense that has come out is their fault at all. I think it's partly the cops, because, like I said before, where you have absolutely no facts and the cops will refuse to give anything, they could give a basic timeline. They could show the public the video of Sebastian coming out of Texas Roadhouse. They could show the video of Sebastian taking out the trash. They are not, those things are not, relevant to the investigation, as in things that they couldn't release. Because they are showing proof of life at certain specified times. There's no reason why the cops can't release those things. And often cops do release surveillance. Often they do. So there's absolutely no reason why they couldn't release that type of information, a basic timeline, the last proof of life, those kind of things are actually really helpful. So where the cops haven't done that, the cases where the cops haven't done that, it creates a void, and it helps feed this rumor mill. And then Seth hasn't helped either, in that he's fed the flames a little bit. So I don't think anybody's blameless, but I don't think it's just the Proudfoots that have created the problem. Yeah, the conspiracies are filling the void, absolutely. And where there are no facts, or where the facts are disputed, then it means that even the most rational people can't work from those facts. Is Woodland now being searched again? I hope so. I truly believe that Sebastian is in the woods north of their house. That's where I believe he is. And I would like to see that entire area gone over again with a fine-tooth comb. We know that the cops in the first 10 days did a 5-mile radius of the house, with the house being the center point. So 5 miles north takes you through the bulk of that woodland, but not all of it. And people get missed. You've got to go over, especially where terrain is difficult, you've got to go over it again and again and again. I don't think there's any similarity between this case and Gannon Stokes' case. I don't think there's any similarity at all in it.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is. Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well,
Okay, so Heather's coming on now. Rod Falcon found. Rod Falcon from Scotland. Has he been found? I'll check later, but if he's been found, that's good news. Cops are providing the Proudfoot daily communication about this case. That's what Katie has said, yeah. Seth claims the cops, aka his employer, is not providing information to Seth. Why? In the last few days, Heather, who's about to speak now, and Seth have spoken to News Nation and said that even though the cops are not speaking to Seth, they are speaking to Heather. So in Heather's words, Seth is difficult to get on with. So I think the cops have just stopped speaking to him because he's angry. And he's been giving things away that maybe they'd prefer him not to. I've got several videos in the last few days about that issue. I think the cops are speaking to the Proudfoots because they've followed orders. They've not given things away that the cops have told them, and they're not coming out. They're not coming out feeding the 5,000 with stuff. And I don't think they're happy with Seth. That's just what it looks like to me anyway. So Heather's going to speak now.
So I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
Oh, I am
angry,
too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though he's
absolutely thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here. And I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
And that's good. And that would be truly working together. Even if Chris and Katie don't want to sit down with Seth on a regular basis, if they could sit down with the PIs and share information, I think that would be working together, because these two PIs are working for Seth. He doesn't have 8 PIs, as far as I'm aware. Someone said above here, who are the 8 PIs? No, there's 2 PIs. Who are the other 8 PIs Seth has said he hired? I haven't heard him saying he's got 8 PIs, but there's 2. Chloe and Heather, they're both on the panel right now. Yeah, a bit like Steve Gonzalez from the Idaho 4 case. Yeah, the cops stopped speaking to Steve because he was giving stuff away that they didn't want him to. Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm. So I think everybody needs to calm down, honestly. I think I can absolutely understand why Chris is angry. But needs to just, I think they just all need to sit down, away from social media, away from the cameras. I think they all need to sit down and hash out the differences, and then, everything on the table, then they can move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, okay, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay.
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them.
This is the issue with both Chris and Seth, that when they're on a panel somewhere, they're reading the chat. And there are going to be crazy people. There are going to be people who absolutely hate them and won't listen to reason. And they need to be gone. They need to be gone from true crime. They need to find another genre where they can create problems. So they need to stop reading the chat. Well, if they're agreeing to be on a panel and they're agreeing to answer questions, they need to stop reading the chat. And that's probably impossible. They probably can't, they want to know what people are saying. I get that, but it doesn't help, does it? So it doesn't help.
Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us?
Anybody? And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but I'm not.
No, not all children with autism have bathroom issues. That's completely untrue. But there are things that Seth has put out that maybe shouldn't have been put out in retrospect. Then again, I can understand why Seth did bring certain things up, like Sebastian having to wear pull-ups at Chris and Katie's house. And he absolutely didn't need them at Seth's house. If that's true, That's a problem. But I think there's blame on all fronts, and that's why they need to sit down together with a mediator if necessary, and hash this out offline, and then come back as a joint front. Like, airing all these differences in public is fueling the fire. It absolutely fuels the fire.
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
read
tell
stuff.
you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here.
That's a good point. None of your business. That's cool. How does Chris know what has to do with Sebastian being gone? How does Chris know what's relevant and what's not? Yeah, there are certain things that Chris doesn't think are relevant, like his and Katie's marriage and the tension that might be there. I think is absolutely relevant, but he doesn't believe so. So absolutely, how does he know what is relevant and what isn't? I think he needs to be a little bit more open-minded. At the same time, I get why he's angry. Yeah, washing the dirty linen in public. Yeah, never good, is it? Chris brought up the pull-up thing. Did he? I'm going to have to go back and listen to all of the interviews again. I really am.
You don't care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at
Yes.
his house he didn't
Yes,
need
you
it.
are correct. No, you were correct. You just hit the nail on the head. You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why.
Okay.
That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one. But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie.
I agree 100 billion% with what Chris is going to say, because I said exactly the same. That Seth and Chris had a conversation before the vigil. Now, it came out that, people who were there said it was a confrontation, and that fueled the fire a little bit. But a matter of hours later, Seth went on YouTube onto 2 different channels. He went on Peter Hyatt's, Peter Hyatt is a statement analyst, and he's saying that Katie holds the key, and his theory, Peter's theory, is that Katie perhaps locked Sebastian out, and that's why he ran away. Now, personally, that's very low down on my list of things that happened, but that's Peter Hyatt's opinion. And Seth was agreeing with him. Seth sat there and listened to this monologue of Peter saying it's all Katie's fault. And then he went on the Pascal show, and so I agree with Chris. That was out of order. Seth did not help. At all.
My wife for Sebastian's disappearance. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth.
I agree.
Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself, because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling the situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge.
Yeah, and that's good. But I think they need to air all of their grievances before they can move forward. I think while while each side has these grievances, I don't think they are going to be able to work together. I think they're going to have to get it all out in the open, and not in the public domain. They need to sit down somewhere with a mediator, if necessary, with the PIs. So both PIs, Seth, Chris, Katie, all sit down and get it all out in the open, and then they can start to move forward, come back online as a united front. Now, that might be a little bit idealistic, but I think that's the only way that this is going to work. They're going to have to get those grievances out, and then they're going to have to agree to come back, if they choose to come back online, and work together. Because while there's this, constant nightly panel hopping, it's not helping at all. Mike says he had the opportunity to stay for the vigil with Seth, but no. Perhaps he didn't feel comfortable staying for the vigil because there was people there taking photographs, and people there who came straight to YouTube and TikTok and posted these pictures of Seth and Chris and said it was confrontational. And neither side has said it was confrontational. So maybe that's why Chris didn't stay for the vigil. But that's just speculation.
And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let's talk about Sebastian. Yeah. Let's do it.
The anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's
absolutely Chris's feelings are valid. They are. Chris has been in Sebastian's life for the last 7-8 years. So just because he's the stepdad doesn't mean to say his feelings aren't valid. And they're just as valid as Katie's or Seth's, in my opinion. So But Chris and Seth are very similar. They're very similar in that they're both hot-headed. They both get angry. Once they calm down, they're probably decent people to talk to, very rational people to talk to. But when anybody comes online who's hot-headed, there's always that potential that they're going to get triggered. That's why I think that they shouldn't watch the chats when they come on panels. They shouldn't watch the chats because it's triggering for them. So, but yeah, please, let's talk about Sebastian. Let's talk about what they can tell, what the cops have told them, because, if the cops have told them stuff, it means that, not pertinent to, stuff that's high priority, very pertinent to the investigation, they won't tell the parents. They won't tell the parents that. And if there are things that they've said, and they've said, we'll tell you, but we'd rather this not go out to the public, then no, they shouldn't tell those things either, because what we don't want is the cops to be antagonistic towards all the members of the family. That would be wrong. But let's talk about Sebastian.
Like an energy vampire, right. And we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've
Understood.
said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So
good. I'm glad about that.
Ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay. Well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I've listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
That was my inkling. That was my feeling. The reason why, I made a video about this, the reason why the cops are speaking to Katie and Chris is because they're following orders. But, they're both ex-military. They understand the need to follow orders, from their superiors. And in this instance, the cops are the people who are in control of the investigation. And they're trusting the police to do the right thing. And they're following orders. That's why the cops are telling them stuff, because they know they won't leak it. Whereas Seth, they can't say the same for him. And that's maybe why they're very reticent to work with his PIs, because they may think that, well, the PIs will share it to Seth, and then Seth will go and blab it to the internet. So you can understand it from the cop's point of view as well, can't you?
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
but again,
another thing, which is kind of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because if you ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I've never seen that.
And
exactly,
I also
because it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that...
Was it Seth's mother that was saying that she got a video? Am I right on that? I don't want to speak wrongly, but wasn't it Seth's mother who said that she saw Chris tearing down posters? But yeah, absolutely. If it was true, it would have been posted. Absolutely. Totally.
in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on.
Oh my word, really? That people are just hanging on to information? Come on now. Come on now. Hey, Gavel Geeks. Seth's mother said Seth told her there was a video of it. Okay, so it's Seth who told his mother that there was a video of it. Oh dear. We've got this game of telephone nonsense going on, and then the internet runs with it and adds fuel to the fire, and then it just becomes a absolute shitstorm. Absolute shitstorm. Why are you not searched then? Mike, I believe it's because cops tell parents not to search. I believe they're following orders because that's what cops tell parents. In my country, as well as over the pond. That's what they tell parents. Do not search. The reason why is because if the parent does find their child deceased, messed up, decaying, come on now, that's just horrific, a horrific trauma. And the chances are they're going to go there and they're going to touch that child and they're going to mess up a potential crime scene. That's one of the reasons why they tell the parents not to search. The other reason is because they don't want people saying that the parents have, you know, I don't know, planted evidence or something. You know, like what happened with the Brian Laundrie situation. You know, the parents found him because they knew where he was and they planted evidence. Why is the real dad searching then? Because he's not obeying orders. Look, the cops can't stop you searching. And I have to say, if I was in their position, I would be searching. I wouldn't give a shit what the cops said in that regard. I would be searching. But then again, I know not to touch anything. Even if it's your child or a family member, do not touch that scene because it's a potential crime scene. I mean, look, with the Delphi case, look what happened with the Delphi case. You know, it was family friends who found Abby and Libby. And apparently there's photos that floated around in the early days that were taken before the cops even got to the scene. So you've got all sorts of problems with family members searching. But I would be Seth. I would be out searching. But that would be against the cops' advice. And it's only advice. They can't stop you. But in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I believe Katie and Chris have not been out searching. They've been out putting flyers up and encouraging people to put flyers up. But that's why I believe they've not been searching.
Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why
Instead
do you
of
think
when you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough.
That's another good statement, Heather Woods. Most of Tennessee is super rural. I don't think people understand how much wilderness we have. Experienced hikers and campers, etc., get lost and need rangers to help them. An autistic teen wouldn't have a chance. That's a very good point. But it also feeds into the search. That what they don't want is people, you know, just members of the public or family members going into, you know, terrain that's really difficult without experienced searchers with them, because they don't want other people to get lost or injured and then having to spread resources to try and find someone else who's lost or injured somewhere out there in the woods. What we don't want is this, you know, to create more work for the police. Could the scent be thrown off by a parent who may have Sebastian's scent? No. 100% no. That didn't happen.
So I don't want you to think we're not
for the record,
passing
right?
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't, and I understand that, and I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make,
and that's positive. It's positive that the cops are talking to them and that they are giving them information. There may be stuff, you know, where they have a reasonable idea of what happened to Sebastian. Maybe they don't have all the answers, but they certainly have more than we have. And that's very promising, in my opinion. Very promising.
take a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but
that's true. People think that because they've called in a tip, how credible it might be, they think they're going to get call back, they're going to get, you know, some information, they're going to get an answer to whatever query they get. No, that does not work in real life. The cops can't, they don't have the resources to call everybody back. And it doesn't mean to say that they've not taken your tip on board because they haven't called you back.
so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes, let's do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet hell I am.
Yeah, and I agree with them. Like the average missing child or missing person, they get resources for a few days. They do a basic, sweep of the area, and then you don't see anything. You don't see any publicity. You don't see anything. I'm not saying that the cops completely forget about that case. I'm not saying that at all. But the amount of resources that has gone into searching for Sebastian Rogers is above and beyond, in my opinion. The amount of agencies that have been involved, including the FBI, people who are saying that the FBI have been involved since day one. The Secret Service. Now, it's not unusual in a missing child case for the Secret Service to get involved if there's potential digital evidence, because they've got, all the spy equipment. They've got the state-of-the-art equipment to, delve into tech in a way that the average sheriff's department or even the TBI won't have. And then the amount of search agencies that have been involved is it's incredible. They've gone above and beyond, and the majority of what they've done, we don't see. We don't see. We just assume they're doing nothing, but that's not true.
You can bet on it. I don't think. I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start at one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand. That's probably about. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean,
I can imagine. I can
imagine, because a 5-mile radius is good. Don't get me wrong. I just wish that they'd gone further out to the north. But that's just my opinion. I think, over several hours, a 15-year-old could have walked more than 5 miles. I think he could well be out of the search area. I wish they'd gone further out to the north, at least in those wooded areas. I wish they had. And I bet it was horrible to hear that they were pulling, out of the acute search. Now, it doesn't mean to say that because they've pulled out of an acute search that they're not searching. It just means that they step up the desk operation. So we don't see that. We don't see that part of the investigation. But I can understand how horrible that must have felt.
I mean, because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah,
it's not.
I want to read you a comment.
Yeah, they have other cases. They only have. They have a finite number of resources, a finite number of funds, finite number of bodies, and they have to look after their staff. They have to look after the well-being of their staff and not neglect other cases. So it's horrible.
And I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie?
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish. And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time.
Oh, only a few very vocal people who were absolutely convinced that Tyler Vaughan was Michael Vaughan's killer. It was only a small proportion of social media that did that. The vast majority of people who followed the Michael Vaughan case were massively supportive of the parents. massively. But that small, very vocal minority of people did a lot of harm to Michael's family. It didn't affect the investigation at all because the cops knew who their suspects were, and they'd checked the family, they'd searched the house multiple times. They knew the timeline. Michael Vaughan, they were able to give us a timeline. Like they gave us a 20-minute window of, between 6:40 and 7 p.m. That was the time that no one had eyes on Michael. We could get a whole timeline from them. And they knew he'd been abducted. And they'd had suspects for a long time. And, working the case quietly in the background. And that small, vocal minority of people hurt the family greatly. But it wasn't the majority. It was only a small number of people. Now, in Sebastian's case, I think there have been a larger number of people who have been vocal, who have been wasting police time for some of that. But it's wrong. It really is wrong. Relating to the belt, I can see there's a conversation going on in the chat. I personally do not believe that hitting a child with a belt under any circumstances is conducive to a good relationship with that child. I don't believe it's an effective form of discipline. Some people will disagree with me. I don't think you should be hitting children with belts, full stop. But do I believe that that's directly relevant to Sebastian's disappearance? No, I don't. But indirectly, it could contribute to his unhappiness in the home. That's my view. So just reading the chat there.
And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They
See,
didn't.
now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show.
Oh, great. I've got a PhD in forensic psychology, so
these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on your
being asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
What
This
we're
is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is. But if we're
Team
not,
that, I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't
it.
make money. We're not
make
monetized.
zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No,
We do not
no.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Websleuths
So
that's
the
why
reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the reason why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't like. I
now, as someone who has a monetized channel, I don't agree with him because it takes time, if I didn't make money off YouTube, and quite frankly, I don't make as much money as people think I make. There's videos out there. How much money does MichelleAfterDark make? There's videos out there. Go and look them up. Ridiculous. Have I commented to any of them? No. Just go for it. But my channel is monetized. There's ad revenue on my videos and I accept donations, right? But if I couldn't make money off YouTube, then I wouldn't be able to do daily videos. I wouldn't be able to sit here and research for the amount of time that I do. I'd have to make money in other ways, additional money in other ways, basically to pay my bills and to, you know, just live a life. So my money is my channel is monetized for that reason. But do I make a vast amount of money? No. Do I exploit cases? Do I every other, you know, minute do I say, please donate, and I don't display my Cash App or my PayPal or anything. They're in the description box of videos, but I don't publicize them. But the majority of the money I make off YouTube is through ad revenue. So that's me up front. But yeah, people have made videos about my monetization. Yeah. And none of them are right. Nowhere close.
But-
So we make
Yeah,
zero
we
money.
make
Costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, you know, Nancy Grace or with news media.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know whether Trish makes money off the website, Websleuths, the website. I have no idea. I don't know. When I've been on it, I've not been asked to pay anything, like to look at their forums, but I don't know the answer to that. But if you think about it, you know, news media, Netflix that do true crime documentaries, they're all monetized. You know, you pay a subscription fee to Netflix to watch whatever you want to watch on Netflix. You know, Nancy Grace wouldn't be doing her shows if she wasn't being paid for it. News Nation wouldn't be a channel or a TV station if they couldn't make money off it, because they've got to pay their staff. They've got to pay the staff for their time. So to take money out of the equation for everybody, there'd be no such thing as true crime. And I don't mean that as in true crime on YouTube. I mean true crime anywhere. Because the money, the money tree, the money tree has to be a factor, or else you would never see. You'd never see news channels. You'd never see anybody talking about crime, because it wouldn't pay their bills. It wouldn't pay their staff. So I think we have to understand that. Thank you, Dulcie, for the 20 Australian dollars for my awesome work. Thank you so much. Chris is talking about making money off exploitation. Yeah. I can understand that there is an exploitative element to certain channels, but I get it. But the vast majority of news media, and that includes social media, is making money, but they have to pay the bills, to keep the lights on, to pay their staff. They have to.
They report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Websleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here.
And that's good. It doesn't mean to say that you can't go on any channel at all. It just means that you can't go on. It's not conducive to going on like and be assisting in the firestorm. Look, if all the family members and the PIs agree to never, ever, ever do any more media, what's going to happen to Sebastian's case? It will die. The interest in it will die because there's so many more other cases that people can talk about. So it isn't that they should all stop talking to anyone, because his case will die. The interest in it will just flatline. But they've got to make a pact to agree that when they do media, whether that's on the news, whether that's on YouTube or wherever, that they're on the same page, that they don't go on angry, tearing lumps out of each other. They need to make a pact. But to stop doing media, that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake.
Right.
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm
that.
not insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
Do what?
Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Let me just address the shoe issue once again. The parents have all said from the beginning that Sebastian was not wearing any shoes because they've accounted for all of Sebastian's shoes, and I believe they've also accounted for Chris's shoes. However, I believe, just my personal opinion, that Sebastian could have had a pair of shoes that his parents weren't aware of. I mean, I don't know anybody who is that obsessional about knowing exactly how many pairs of shoes are in the house. I would have absolutely no idea. If Kyle disappeared, like Kyle's 21, right? But if he disappeared and the cops asked me, did he go out with his shoes on? I would have no idea. I have no idea how many pairs of shoes he's got. I have no idea how many pairs of shoes I've got. I know that there's 2 pairs of shoes, or actually 3 pairs of shoes that I wear regularly. But I might have shoes in a closet somewhere. I might have shoes stuff behind where I put the bins, because if my shoes get dirty, I chuck them behind the bins, and they probably stay there for 6 months before I realise that there's shoes behind there. I've no idea how many pairs of shoes, and I'm not somebody who buys shoes often, right? I'm not a shoe kind of person. But I have, when my kids were little, I had no idea how many pairs of shoes were in the house that they could have possibly put on and walked out in. So unless they have this military operation for counting the number of shoes every single day, then there could well be a pair of shoes that they weren't aware of. So I don't believe that Sebastian walked out barefoot. If he did, then he was running from something. He was so upset that he just literally ran. Is that what he did? I don't know. But I'm putting it out there, and I've said this from very early on. Sebastian could have had a pair of shoes his mother was not aware of, that he liked, that he just wanted to keep. So that's my opinion. We'll know when we find him. If he's wearing shoes when we find him, then he was wearing shoes all along.
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can bring that man on board, because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out, because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for, and I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog.
That's good to know. Now, that is useful information, so people can shut their pie holes about the clothes that he was wearing. So it was a black top, blue jeans, and white tennis shoes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse.
Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Do you know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of 3 depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet.
And that is exactly the description that the dispatch audio, so the cops on that dispatch audio from the early morning of February 26th, that's what they said. They said black pants with stripes, white stripes, and a shirt with, you know, a motif. That's exactly what was said on the dispatch audio. So people saying that Katie changed it after they searched the landfill or whatever is not true. The issue has been that the information that came out on the initial endangered missing child thing was inaccurate. That just says black top, black pants. Katie told them the description correctly to the first responders. It's not her fault that that wasn't adequately communicated to whoever writes these endangered and Amber Alert. Let's have a look on the Amber Alert. Yeah, look, this is the Amber Alert. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. So they've tried to get this changed because she gave them a more detailed description, because that was on the dispatch audio. We know that she gave them a more detailed description. We know that. He only weighed 113, not 120 pounds. I mean, it's not much different, is it? But yeah, don't take as absolute gospel what are on these Amber Alerts, because these Amber Alerts they're written by somebody who may not have the most accurate information. Just saying. Okay, so Gray's on the panel now. Okay, so whatever you think about Gray, I don't want any negativity towards Gray. If you don't like him, then keep that opinion to yourself. I don't want any negativity towards Gray. I like Gray. We agree on some cases. We don't agree on the Delphi case, but I don't want to see any negativity towards him. He has spoken to Chris. Gray did a good video about what Chris told him about the dog scent. And what he told Gray, what Chris told Gray, was the same as what he told Trey from North Divers about the dog scent. So there you go.
Feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
what I'm
on
telling
it.
you, no, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay,
Right,
but
I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
three
wait a
of
minute.
them,
Right, so they don't know which shirt he was wearing. Like maybe Katie can't remember what shirt he was wearing, which leads me to believe that they don't keep a close check on how many shirts are in that house, which is, I would say, 99.999% of people would be in the same position. Can I tell you how many long sleeve shirts I've got? No. And I don't have a vast number. I'm not a clothes person. I wear the same few items every single day. But I can't tell you how many I've got. I can't. I couldn't have told you how many shirts my kids had when they were little. I couldn't tell you. I don't keep a check. Like, if they were really too small, I'd have thrown them out. Or I may have just chucked them in a room. Or I may have just, I don't know, given them to someone. I don't know. I do not know. So they're in the same position that 99.99999% of people would be in. that they didn't know exactly how many shirts and what shirt he was actually wearing, which leads me to believe that they don't know that it could have been a possible pair of shoes that they weren't aware of. Just because they said, well, he only had 3 pairs of shoes because his feet were growing. So, you know, they'd recently thrown some shoes away that were too small. Well, if they weren't doing this military operation with shirts, it leads me to believe that potentially there was also shoes that they weren't aware of, which is perfectly normal. That's a normal thing that you don't know. So, to the best of Katie's knowledge, she knew he had a long sleeve shirt on with something on the front. But I think he was wearing shoes. I think he had a pair of shoes that he really liked, that were his favourite shoes, that he put on. That's what I think. That's what I think.
If
Well,
I
hold
had
on a minute.
between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them. But I'm telling
Well,
you,
you listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
It's not another change story, Lisa. Katie gave an exact colour and print. No. She said that it was a black long sleeve shirt with a motif or something, a picture on the front. And he was wearing black pants with a white stripe. That's what's on the dispatch audio. That's what she told the first responders. That's not a change story. Not a change story. How does he know he wasn't there? Well, this is from Katie. This is from Katie.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
be
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So what shirt was missing with the pick on? That's what he's saying. If you don't know exactly how many shirts someone has, you can't pinpoint which is missing. If there's multiple shirts, if they knew he had multiple shirts with Minecraft on, multiple shirts with Halloween on, multiple shirts with Star Wars on, how can they pinpoint which one of all of those shirts was missing? Because they don't know how many he had of each to begin with. So I understand what he means. I get it. I understand what he means. But again, it leads me to believe that if they don't know exactly how many shirts he had, they don't know how many shoes he had either. And that's normal. That's normal.
Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you. Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet. He knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, giving the attacks being leveled. When I talked to
I agree. I'd sound exactly the same. I'd have been even more sarcastic. I'd have been worse than him. I'm telling you, if I ever have someone in my family go missing, I'll be suspect number one to social media. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. If someone from my family ever goes missing, I won't be doing media interviews. However, I'll be there in every group, in every chat, under multiple sock accounts, just to wind people up. Because, yeah, because y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it.
on the phone. We talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. You know, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people.
Exactly. If you want to bring publicity, if you want to bring attention to a case, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. So I'd be in the background creating shit to keep the case newsworthy. And I'd be doing my own investigation, working with law enforcement. Unless law enforcement were useless, then I'd be doing my own investigation, full stop. But I'd have everybody looking in one direction and I'd be following the actual leads. Anyhow, that's just me. That's just me. Chris was not at home, so why is he even speaking? Well, I don't know. Probably because he's more outspoken and willing to confront than Katie is. I don't know. We have to consider the possibility something is being held back. Well, there are things being held back. He said there are things that law enforcement have told them that they can't release. And they're not going to release anything that law enforcement doesn't want them to. So, yes, there are things being held back, which is understandable because law enforcement doesn't want to give away some things that could be very important to the investigation that at this moment in time shouldn't be out there. So, yeah, they are holding things back. But that's not bad. That's good. That's a good thing. If you don't understand how police investigations work, then I don't know what to tell you. But there are things being held back. He said that. There's stuff that they can't say. Do you think that's about the lights? No. There are things that law enforcement can tell. As I said earlier, there are things law enforcement could tell without jeopardizing anything to do with the investigation, without, you know, jeopardizing the integrity of a case if it did turn criminal at some point in the future. They can tell a basic timeline. They can show the surveillance. There's no reason why they can't do that. That wouldn't jeopardize the investigation. But there are things that they can't say, leads that they're following up on, or so Chris and Katie are holding stuff back because law enforcement have told them to. So all these channels who were saying Katie owes the key, Katie's not saying everything. No, she isn't, because law enforcement don't want her to. Peter Hyatt, supposed expert, chew on that for a minute.
Out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them.
Cleo Smith. He means Cleo Smith. Yeah. People hounded Cleo Smith's parents, especially her stepdad. Oh, he looks shifty. He looks crazy. Oh, I don't like the way he's looking down. He's looking down to his right. Fuck off. Sorry to be swearing. Grow up. Athena Strand, within an hour of that case being known by social media, there were Facebook groups already hanging, drawing, and quartering her stepmother. She had nothing to do with it. Athena was murdered by a flaming delivery driver. Did social media wait for any facts? No.
Them for the abduction out of a tent, and it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this, and all I'm saying is when I've talked.
What? Are you going? All right. See you tomorrow. Will you be back tomorrow? All right. See you tomorrow then. Yeah, Cleo Smith, people were like, no one would kidnap a child out of a tent. They're obviously lying. Well, it turns out that law enforcement had fingerprints and DNA off that tent from the absolute drongo that kidnapped her. And, but no.
Talk to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy. Wow.
Did he make the tea? Oh, Kyle, I don't have any tea bags. So you can't make tea because I don't have any tea bags.
He must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same.
Why do I scream? I get annoyed because I'm a hothead. So imagine what I'd be like. Imagine what I'd be like if this was my family. Can you imagine? Imagine. You definitely have to turn your volume down.
Same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social.
Daughter of Scotland member for 33 months. You're my oldest OG. Thank you so much for being a member for all of that time. Nearly 3 years. That's crazy.
Media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. Mm-hmm. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. Absolutely. So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah, great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has.
What if she was? What if Katie was arrested at 19? I don't know if she was. If she was, though, what does it matter? Katie's what? 30, 34, I think now. So even though it's relevant, I don't agree with Chris on the fact that their marriage and issues that might have been going on in the home, where Chris says that's not important or relevant. I believe it is. because that's the world that Sebastian was living in. And it might seek to explain why he might have felt the need to run away, or at least to go out and clear his head. Oh, are they talking about that different Katie Payne? Oh, that was hilarious. That was absolutely hilarious. I didn't talk about that on my channel because it was just so ridiculous. But I did see it. I talked about it in my Facebook group. And yeah, that was ridiculous. They got completely the wrong Katie Payne. People tried to say that the mugshot of the other Katie Payne looked exactly the same as Katie Proudfoot. Come on now. You only needed to do a tiny amount of research, just a tiny amount of research to show that it was a different date of birth. It was a state that she'd never lived in. It was a different mother. Oh, it literally took me less than 5 minutes to work out that it was not the right Katie Payne. But did anybody believe it? No. So if that's what they're talking about, then hang your head in shame. These people who call themselves sleuths, who can't do the most basic of research tasks. Jeez. And then they wonder why he's angry. Yeah, okay.
Anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but even if the actual Katie, like Sebastian's mother, was arrested at the age of 19, that still wouldn't be relevant to this particular situation, because that was 15 years ago. Were you the same person? Are you the same person now that you were when you were 19? Answer no.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they said.
They did. I agree. Now, I went through that first 20-minute interview that they did with the news. I sat here and went through it, and I can't see any red flags. I can't see what people can see in that interview that created so many problems. Now, have they created problems later on? Yeah. Potentially, yeah. There were things that they could have said that eventually they did say, like to Nancy Grace. So there were things that they, they said in certain interviews that were troubling. Not that were troubling in that, oh, I now believe that they did something, but they were just being, certainly Chris was being just awkward. It seemed like for the sake of it. But that first interview they did with the news, people dissected and in my opinion, were just flat out wrong, including some of these so-called analyst experts.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
That was, in my opinion, one of the troubling things that he said. However, just because he hit Sebastian with a belt, does it mean to say that he murdered Sebastian? No, absolutely not. But it does, in my opinion, give us something that's potentially relevant as to the life that Sebastian was leading and why you might have been upset.
Right. Let's clear that real quick. That
Okay.
needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you
Because
say
it-
you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
Well, is it part of an ongoing pattern of abuse? If it just happened once, no. Is once too many times? In my opinion, yes. I don't think you should be hitting kids with belts or any other implement for that reason, for that matter. That's my personal opinion. Reason being, it's not a very effective method of discipline for anybody. So, not effective. Therefore, why are you doing it? I got hit when I was a kid regularly. Would it have been considered abuse these days? Yeah, probably. Did it influence my behavior in any way? No. Only that I learned to be cleverer and more devious. And to fight back, to fight fire with fire. So yeah, it taught me a lot. Did it teach me what it was intending to teach me? No. No. But that's just me. Does it create an environment where a child feels secure? No. Does it create an environment where a child will open up to you if they've got a problem and feel supported? No. Will it increase the likelihood that that child becomes delinquent in the future? Yes. Will it increase the chances of that child wanting to run away? Yes. Will it increase the chances of that child becoming violent in the future? Yes. So there's that. All of this can be backed up by a multitude of psychological evidence. Boom.
That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack.
Oh, I remember my nan chasing me about with a wooden spoon. I hit the dog. I was about 3. No, I would have been 4 because we got the dog when I was 3. I hit the dog with a wooden spoon because he was trying to bite me. I don't know what I was trying to. It was totally my fault. I don't know what I was trying to get him to do. I was trying to get him to do something, and he tried to bite me. So I went into the kitchen, got a wooden spoon, and hit him with it. And my nan caught me, and she chased me around. She chased me around with his wooden spoon. That was funny. That was funny.
Let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So
I don't hit dogs with wooden spoons now, right? Because I know now that actually dogs work better using positive reinforcement, just like children do. So I don't do that now. It wouldn't work. They bite me. They just bite me.
the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that should
up.
have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a
No, animal abuse is not funny. No, it isn't. It was just the entire situation. Like looking back on it, I was like 4 years old. And I just remember my nan chasing me around with this wooden spoon. She couldn't catch me. So it was like an episode of Tom and Jerry. So that bit's funny. That's just my memory of it. But no, me hitting the dog with a wooden spoon, I deserved to get a few cracks. I deserved it. She didn't catch me though, but I did deserve it. It was all my fault. Yeah, that dog was brilliant. He was great. He was fantastic. He was a Jack Russell crossed by a Lancashire Heeler with a little bit of corgi in him. So he was very feisty. Very feisty. I'll find a picture of him. I've got a picture of him. I'll find it.
Statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's
yes,
because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No.
I couldn't live with Chris Proudfoot. I couldn't live with him. There's a reason why he's on his 5th marriage. He'd wind me up. We'd come to blows. Right? Does it mean that he murdered Sebastian? No. Does it mean that he hid Sebastian somewhere in the walls or in a hidden room? No. Come on. No, it doesn't. But in my opinion, it does tell us how Sebastian was feeling. He felt sufficiently strong enough to tell a teacher. What happened when he told a teacher? If this story's true, he got told off by a CPS worker for getting people in trouble. That's wrong. That's wrong. Now, look, I'm not saying that Chris should have been, prosecuted for this particular event if it can't be proven that it was anything more than one time. It's never one time. It's never one time. But if it was, Sebastian felt unheard. Sebastian felt that he couldn't tell people how what things were going on in the home. And even if those things weren't as bad, to us, they weren't as bad as maybe they felt to Sebastian, it still meant he felt unheard. Could that contribute to Sebastian feeling the need to leave the home? Yes. Yes. Totally. Totally yes. Totally yes. But this is Monty. It's a very faded photo because it's been in a photo frame for years. But that was me. And that's Monty. He was a brilliant dog. 2 seconds after that photo was taken, my Auntie Anne took it. That's my Auntie Anne's house there. 2 seconds after that was taken, he literally, because I was holding his collar, he literally dragged me over and ran, and we didn't see him again for the rest of the day because he just did what he wanted. He just absolutely did what he wanted. He was such a naughty dog. He was so naughty. He couldn't get away with it these days. He won't get away with it these days. He was chasing bikes. He was up and down the street. He was brilliant. He was a dog as dogs should be. Anyhow, I digress.
Absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand When you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's...
I agree. Look, it might not have been a chronic state of prolonged abuse, but the action in this day and age can be considered abusive. Now, look, if it was effective, if it actually worked, I would say, look, you know, people are just being too soft. You know, what is it? Spare the rod, spoil the child. That kind of attitude. If it worked, if it was an effective form of discipline, I'd say, look, stop being so soft. You know, kids need discipline, and this form of discipline works. Except it doesn't work. It does not work. I'm sorry. If you think it works, you need to review your parenting style, in my opinion. Right? Did I ever hit any of my kids? No, I didn't. I think the worst I've ever done is when they're a baby, you know, and they're going to like touch something hot. You like tap the hand and say hot, 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 hot. And then move them away, distract them. But hitting a child, no. I don't believe in hitting a child. I don't believe in that form of it just doesn't work. I can tell you it doesn't work. And not just from my own personal viewpoint of that form of discipline being a regular occurrence to me when I was a child. It does not work. There's scores of psychological evidence to show that physical discipline of children, of dogs, of any creature is not an effective form of learning or training or anything. It's not. It's totally not. Does that mean you can never correct a child or a dog or a horse or whatever? No, no, no. But learning is most effectively done through positive reinforcement. And I'm telling you that Chris Proudfoot's style of parenting is not conducive to a happy child, not conducive to a happy home. Does it mean that Chris should have been arrested for abuse? Probably not. However, he perhaps needs to have some parenting lessons. Why is this on 1.5 speed? It's on 1.25 speed, just so that we get through it a little quicker. It was on 1.5 speed right at the beginning, but people said it was too fast, so I turned it to 1.25. That's why.
That's the problem.
And
So
guess
we have a
what?
difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my...
It is an opinion. However, it can be backed up with psychological research, which is fact.
Again,
Well,
that is
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would...
Okay, so the difference. So as long as you hit a child and don't leave a bruise, that's okay. Listen, I can tell you that I was left with marks, I was left with bruises, and it didn't work. But would I have felt any different if I was never left with marks? No, no, because there's a fine line between one thing that leaves a mark and one thing that doesn't. I think Chris is being defensive because he feels guilty. I think he's being defensive because he believes he's right. I think he believes he's right. I think he needs some parenting lessons. He's overbearing. He is. He's overbearing. You can imagine what he's like to live with. Like, he has to be right. And this is the thing that winds people up. This is the thing that's wound me up about Chris. And this is the thing I think is to why Katie isn't doing the majority of the speaking, because Chris is just so overbearing. And that does create a problem for social media. social media are going to hound you if you act like this. But at the same time, I understand why he's angry. But there's times like this that I just absolutely cannot defend because he's in the wrong and he believes he's right and he's in the wrong. It's not just an opinion, it's a fact. He's wrong. He's wrong on this. Yes, bruises can be psychological. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes the worst marks that abuse leaves are not visible. 100%. You are correct. I believe Sebastian was very unhappy. He had no one to turn to. He tried to turn to a teacher, and that didn't work out for him. So he believed he had no one to turn to. Maybe he just used to go wandering to clear his head to get out of a house that was tense. That's what I used to do as a teenager. I used to go out walking. The only time I ever felt relaxed was when I was out walking in the woods or in the fields with my dog. It was the only time I ever felt relaxed. The house was 100% tense the whole time. And I hated school, so I had nowhere to turn. So I used to go out walking, whether it was day or whether it was night. I didn't care. I didn't care what time of day it was. If I felt I needed to get out, I just used to go. And I was probably younger than Sebastian when I started doing that. Did anything really bad happen to me? No. Did I get attacked occasionally? Yes. Did I win a fight? Yes. Did I fight 3 guys once? Yes. Maybe, what was I then? Maybe 18. Did my dog ever win fights? Yes. So could I have been abused, raped, murdered? Technically, yes. Was I ever? No. But I was lucky. And also I could fight. And my dog could fight. Was any of that right that happened? No. But did it stop me? Did being attacked by 3 guys and me having to floor one of them, did that stop me? No. Because I preferred being out than being in. And I believe that Sebastian felt the same. And that's why I believe he ran away. Or he didn't run away to be gone forever. He went out because he felt tense. And maybe going out cleared his head. And I believe he did that often because a couple of neighbours said they'd seen him out in the neighbourhood. One time he was hiding under a car. Why was he hiding under a neighbour's car? Because he needed to get out and he didn't want to be found. That's why I believe Sebastian walked out of his own volition. That's what I believe, based on the information we've got available. Do I think anybody murdered him? No, at least not from the family. Did he potentially meet his end by meeting the equivalent of the 3 guys that I met once? Maybe. Maybe.
Would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
So
right.
by definition,
that's weird.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems.
Wouldn't he have taken his phone and tried to call Seth? Maybe he felt that he couldn't turn to his dad. If he tried to talk to a teacher and that failed, why would Sebastian believe that his dad would believe him? Maybe he felt he had nowhere to turn. And maybe he was one of those rare breeds of child that don't take their phone everywhere. Maybe he didn't even think to take his phone.
With this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing.
He did have a phone, yes. He did have a phone. It was apparently left in the kitchen. So the cops have his phone now.
Right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay, so let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
yeah, maybe his phone was elsewhere in the house and he couldn't get to it without passing Katie. Maybe he only intended to be out for a short while. Maybe he did. I think possibly he only intended to be out for a short while.
No, that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done.
He's not very good at winning friends, is he? He's not very good at that. He doesn't see that his attitude is turning people against him. He doesn't see it. I can understand him being angry. I really can. But he's been like this from the outset. He's just that kind of person. He does himself absolutely no favors at all. He really doesn't. But does it mean he did anything to Sebastian? No, absolutely not.
And I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking.
That is true. However, thank you, Purple AJ. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. That's very kind. Who's got the mic? Zena with fire, Leah, Terry, Just Christine, Thunder Snow, Laurie. Who else? Vegan Claire, Tiny T, Maxi. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much once again. The brilliant, very generous Purple AJ. And welcome you guys. You get a month's free membership to my channel. All right, what I was saying, I've completely forgotten. I was in the middle of saying something. Oh, yeah. The first couple of interviews, Chris was really calm. So he was on Duchess's channel first, and then it was a couple of days later they went on the news, and he was really calm. But as he went on more channels and people behave very negatively towards him after that news interview because people picked it apart. So that would have antagonized him, and he got more and more confrontational. Like he was in the Facebook groups answering questions, just full on antagonizing people. And the situation just spiraled. It spiraled out of control. Once he stopped, then people just carried on unabated, because the damage had already been done. But he doesn't do himself any favors. And I get it. I get why he's angry. I can't say that enough. But he doesn't do himself any favors. He doesn't.
Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard.
There was more than that. There was more than that. That made me mad, I have to say. That made me mad. And it was at that point that I said, look, if Chris wasn't 3.5 hours away at his RV park, Chris would be my #1 suspect. Simply because it rubbed me the wrong way. Without any evidence, it rubbed me the wrong way. But he was 3.5 hours away, and he couldn't possibly have been there and at the RV park at the same time. But it was the seeds had already been sown before he even talked about Sebastian being hit with a belt. People already hated him. They zeroed in on him from that very first interview. That I couldn't see a thing wrong with it. And then people have just torn him and Katie, every word they've said, torn it all apart. And for that reason, I can understand why he's angry. Aussie Lana, thank you for the $2 Australian. He's always overly defensive. Why? I think he's just that kind of person. I think he came online seeking people's help, and didn't get the warm welcome that he maybe expected. And I think the situation spiraled out of control. And is there proof he was at the RV park all night? According to the PIs, yes. According to the PIs, yes. And I think the other thing that was troubling was the amount of stuff that there was no reason to hold back. So when people asked, what kind of lock did they have? People were only asking that to know whether Sebastian could have unlocked the door himself. And they wouldn't answer. And just silly things like that, which they answered Nancy Grace's questions. When Nancy Grace asked, they were happy to answer. So he created a rod for his own back. Let's put it that way. And I think he is defensive because I think he expected a warm welcome and he didn't get it. And I think the more he antagonized people, the worse it got. Thank you, Aussie Lana, for the $2. That's very kind of you. Covering, in your opinion. I don't think he's covering up for anything that he did to Sebastian. I don't think that's the case at all. I think what they tried to do initially, and I've said this from the beginning, that they tried to portray this idyllic family. And it quickly became clear that it wasn't an idyllic family. And that made them look like they were lying. I think it was a matter of perception that Chris was saying that they got on great, and then Seth came out, and once Seth had come out, then it was incredibly clear, and Seth's mother was talking, that the family wasn't idyllic, that there were a lot of problems. And then he comes online and says that he beat him with a belt. He beat Sebastian with a belt. So you can get it, why people hated him so much. You can get it. But equally, I can understand why he's angry. But it's a situation that's just spiraled out of control, in my opinion.
With I can't remember
Smiley stories. I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes.
Please poll front door or garage door. Why? What, do we believe that Sebastian went out the front door or the garage door? Why would we need to poll that? Does it matter which door he went out of? Like if he walked out of the door, does it matter which door? If he went out the front door and then turned right, so the same direction, no, turned left out of his front door, so the direction that the dog track took, that would explain why he wasn't lit up by the garage lights and why the camera across the street didn't pick him up. But ultimately, it doesn't matter.
It was on the Smiley story, yes.
That one.
Okay.
But
Yeah, but
once
I mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
There you
when I
go.
was growing up. I just want to say this: when I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she was the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. There was no, I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things
Oh,
have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But
thank
it's
you.
like,
Yes.
but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about the thud. Aussie Lana, thank you again for the $2 Australian. Why not help Look? Not Memoriam looks guilty. The reason why they're not looking, I believe, is because law enforcement tells parents not to search. So I explained that earlier on. That's why I believe they've not been searching. They've been abiding by what law enforcement advises. All parents. That's what they advise. And I think they've been following law enforcement's orders. Oh, Pincho, a headmaster had a cane and another teacher had a slipper. It was even normal to hit kids at school, yeah. When I was at primary school, so elementary school for the Americans, what was it? Second year juniors. So I don't know what that would be in modern term. Anyway, we were about 8 maybe. And there was a teacher called Mr. Hemingway. I loved Mr. Hemingway. He was great. But he had a ruler for just like common, common infractions in the classroom. And then he had this like white tennis shoe for serious infractions. So, for example, if you were caught talking in class, you get the ruler. You had to go up to the front of the class to his desk, hold your hand out, and he'd give you the ruler. I got it once, and it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Ann Chung who sat next to me. Ann Chung asked me for, I don't know whether it was a ruler or something, and I said something back to her, like, here you go, or whatever I said to her. And Mr. Hemingway caught me and not Anne. And I had to go up and get the ruler. I felt that was grossly unfair. Grossly unfair. But if you were really naughty, then you got the slipper or the tennis shoe. And you had to go to the front of the class and stand there while he whacked you with his tennis shoe. I never got that. That was like for really serious bad things. So yeah, and corporal punishment had been outlawed at this point. And Mr. Hemingway didn't care. Didn't care. People hated him. Like, I'm in a Facebook group for like people in the local area who went to school in this local area, and Mr. Hemingway gets brought up semi-regularly. And I thought he was great. I loved him. He was a great teacher. Did I agree with him giving the ruler and the tennis shoe? No. Was he any good at tennis? I've no idea. I've no idea. Kept the kids in line. It kind of did. Like the ruler kind of did. Did it stop people talking? Really? No. Did it stop me talking? No. I wasn't a great chatter anyway. He was a very good teacher. He was a very good teacher, but he was old school. Would he have been fired this day and age? Absolutely. Totally. He would have been completely fired. But, yeah. Different day and age now.
And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot,
I'm
and I
not upset
didn't.
about spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
best speller either. So
So I do apologize for that, sir. Yeah,
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
yeah.
So that's,
Oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brown Foot, all kinds
I'm
of stuff.
so
And
sorry.
it really,
I
it
thought I
really
put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Oh, I was used to throw the chalkboard wipe. Had to. Yeah, there was a teacher called Mr. Sharrock. He was a history teacher. When I was at secondary school, so it would have been the equivalent of high school. I never had Mr. Sharrock for history. I was never in his class. But yeah, he used to throw the chalkboard thing, like it was made of like hard wood. And he could be, I never actually witnessed this, but lots of people did who had been in his classes over the years. He could be facing away, like writing on the blackboard. And if he heard someone talking, you know, behind him, he could literally throw this wooden chalkboard thing, duster thing, behind, like over his shoulder, and hit the kid that was talking. Because he'd refined his technique so much over the years. Yeah, it was well known. I never had Mr. Sharrock though. I was never in his class. But yeah, chalkboard duster. Yeah.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this.
Oh,
And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock her
ask?
off and
So
go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, we're clearing things up.
I don't think there's anything to that story. I don't understand why people have created this massive stir over this story. That she heard him in his room. She heard a noise. It sounded like a thud. She asked him if he'd fallen out of bed. And he shouted back, no, ma'am. And then she said, I don't know what you're doing, but go to bed, go to sleep. And that was it. It's a non-story. It's a non-story.
right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up. You know.
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help, and it feels like that you just are like that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know.
No, what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
Because the time changed by a later interview. No, it didn't. She said he went to bed at 9, and then it was around 10 that she heard this thud. And she asked him if he'd fallen out of bed. Wasn't Katie cheating? There's no confirmation of that. I think that's just another rumor. I mean, she could have been, but there's no confirmation of it. The thud sounds made up because Sebastian wasn't home at the time. He was home. The PIs have seen the video of him taking out the trash on the Sunday evening, but that was before it had gone like properly dark. So he did go home. The cops can confirm he went on. He got home. So to say that he never made it home, I don't think is accurate at all. Miss B, member for 18 months. Hit the like button. Totally. Hit the like button. Thank you. You're getting up there into the OG category. I think the OG category kind of, in my head, starts at 24 months. If you've been a member for 24 months or longer, you're definitely an OG. Daughter of Scotland, I think, has got the longest running membership, 33 months. That's amazing. Oh, Bunsen burners, yeah. Are kids still allowed to use Bunsen burners in schools these days? Can you imagine it's like somewhat against health and safety now? I remember setting a rag on fire with a Bunsen burner because I'm clumsy. I chucked it in the sink and then jumped up, and the teacher was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" I was like, "Well, unless you want the classroom to burn down, I'm putting out a fire." That was in Mr. Evans's class, and he laughed. He was cool. I like Mr. Evans. He was a good teacher.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean, Katie gave details, but I just.
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details.
These are the things. These are the things that make you antagonistic towards Chris. Like, we know what time Katie said, but he's now like making it all like this big, like, "Oh, I'm not telling you. Because he's cantankerous. He's just cantankerous and just deliberately awkward. That's why people don't like him. But does it mean he did anything to Sebastian? No, not at all.
Publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not.
So he has gone outside barefooted before. Now, Katie has said that he'd gone outside in socks and she's told him to put his shoes on. Honestly, I want Heart to Touch member for 7 months. Thank you. Can you please help us get to 1K thumbs ups? Yes. How many people in the chat? All right, there's 1,200 people in the chat. We should be able to get to 1K thumbs ups. If we get to 1K thumbs ups, I'll give 20 memberships away at the end of this live stream. So get it to 1K thumbs ups, get it to 2K thumbs ups, and I'll give 40 memberships away. How about that?
Not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
No, I'm glad
that
that's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So,
Yeah, well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
correct.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
there you go.
Yeah, and this is what I've said. This is what I've said. I mapped out all the cameras on Kellen that were stated. So this is Kellen that goes up, and then it goes off to the left to go on to Stafford. And on the dispatch audio, they were canvassing Kellen, and they were saying the numbers of the houses. So I crossed off. So these red crosses are where there's a camera. Where there's question marks, they had cameras, but they weren't in. So presumably they went back. These I don't think had cameras. I think one of them might have had, I don't remember. But the majority of the houses on Stafford, on Kellen, had cameras. Right, I only did Kellen because they were literally going up the street. But they did the entire subdivision. They did this subdivision. They also did some on here, which I can't do because the houses aren't built on this, whereas the houses at the front here are now built. And the majority of these had cameras. However, if you measure the distance up the driveway, so from the road up the driveway, you're looking at 50, 60 feet. Well, a Ring doorbell, which some of these were, only go like 30 feet maximum. So a Ring doorbell is not going to pick someone up if they're just walking along the road. In the daylight, they're not going to pick them up. Now, a surveillance camera probably would pick you up, like way further, like 100 feet, whatever, depending on how good the surveillance camera was. But unless that surveillance camera was a good one, a really good one that had night vision, then even them are not going to pick someone up in the dark where there's no lights on, wearing black. They're not going to pick you up. That's the reason why Sebastian was not caught on any cameras in his neighborhood. That's the answer. That's the answer. I don't see why people think this is a massive problem. That's the answer. Now, I didn't know what Gray has just said. Gray just said that some of the detectives weren't picked up by the cameras. So they know that the detectives were out there. There was loads of them out there. Some of them weren't picked up by the cameras. So these cameras that people had probably weren't that great quality. Probably need to improve their cameras if they want them genuinely for, detection of people. But you only really need, like for a camera, you only need really to be detecting somebody like on your property, don't you? So, but just walking down the road, the houses are set too far away to capture everything that's happening on that road. Gemma, member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Been here since Gabby and Summers cases. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Neighbours on both sides, front and back of cameras, so we don't need any. No, I don't have cameras. I don't care. Somebody comes in, well, it's the last thing they do. Just saying. They're going to go missing. They're going to go missing.
That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality.
None of those houses had motion lights. Yeah, but unless they pick up motion, the light isn't going to come on, is it? So somebody walking down the road is not going to be detected as motion because it's too far away. And it's dark, and that person was wearing black, so it's not going to be detected by the motion sensor. There you go.
As the stuff that you see on TV and
I'm scary. I am scary. I used to live in a neighborhood, like not here because it's like proper quiet here, but I lived in the city in Preston for a year. Hated it, absolutely hated it. And it was a pretty bad neighborhood. Like there was like burglaries and all sorts of things. And I sat night after night with my back door wide open with the lights off, pretending to be asleep, waiting for someone to come and burgle me, because I had my cellar all kitted out, ready and waiting. So all they had to do was come through the back door, come through the kitchen, which is only a small kitchen, and the cellar door was right there. Nice set of concrete steps down into a cellar that was, it had brick walls. Couldn't hear a thing down in that cellar. Do you know what? No one ever tried. No one ever tried to come in. I don't understand why. Don't understand why.
You see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So, you know.
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, you know, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. You know, I mean, the only time, like, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping. And
that's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera. And he goes,
not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of.
Yeah, but the question was, could he have? Just because they weren't aware of him going out at night doesn't mean to say that he didn't. My mother wasn't aware of me going out at night when I was 15. She'd have flipped her lid. But I used to wait for her to go to bed and then I'd go out. She never knew. I don't think she knows to this day, unless she watches my channel, and I've talked about it before. Could he have? Yes, absolutely could have done. Would they have said they were aware of it? No, because they didn't know. So it's a good question, but I genuinely think he went out. He's 15. He's 15. He could go out. Why couldn't he go out? I mean, I'm not saying going walking on your own at night is a good thing to do when you're 15. I'm not saying that. But could he have? Do 15-year-olds go out at night? Yes. Could Sebastian have? Yes. Could he have waited for his parents to go to bed because he knew he'd be in trouble? Yes. This is why I believe he walked out of his own volition and he intended to come back. That's my number one theory now. He intended to come back because he'd done it before. Is it possible that he decided to run away because things were so bad and he intended not to come back? Yes. But my number one theory now is that he intended to come back. He just went for a walk and something bad happened. Something bad happened that had never happened to him before. Yeah, creating my own true crime. Yeah. I had it all planned. Shocking no one took me up on it.
I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
You know, Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just
Mhm.
because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things that they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not, I didn't see any difference, but
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want.
Yeah, so there's some more people here who went out alone at night. When I was 16, I lived on my own on the side of the globe and got into all kinds of danger. Of course, Sebastian could have gone out by himself, no one knowing. That's true as well. Sebastian was way more intelligent than most people are giving him credit for. Many 12 to 16-year-olds sneak out. Absolutely, of course they do. Thinking Sebastian may not have been afraid of the dark. No, I mean, I don't know why people are thinking that he was so scared like a little mouse, like afraid to go out. No one's ever said that. Moonlight's attractive. Yeah, and it had been the full moon a couple of nights before. So the moon was still like bright. Now, I don't know whether there was cloud cover. It was a warm night, contrary to what people keep saying. It was a warm night. It was in the 50s. I don't know about the cloud cover, though. But it was a warm night. Maybe Sebastian just couldn't sleep, went out to clear his head because that's what he's done before. And this time, unfortunately, he didn't come home. It was cloudy. Okay. So may not have been able to see the brightness of the moon, but don't know. Your daughter snuck out and you bollocked her. Well, my mother would have done. I mean, I don't know whether my kids snuck out at night when they were 15. I don't even care whether they did or not. If they did, they did. Whatever.
To know,
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Very
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up the street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well,
maybe
he had
not
like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yep, I got it.
Seth, I am so.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We've got Chris and Seth on the same panel. I have no idea that any of this happened. Oh, wow.
Glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can,
Oh, I
yes,
can
he can
hear
hear you.
Hey, Chris.
I wanted a confirmation of the dog track from Chris's own mouth. We've heard Chris's own mouth to Trey of Narc Divers, but that was on a phone call and it was difficult to hear. And we've heard what Gray said that Chris had said. And this is the track. So the orange is what I thought may have happened, but the yellow is what Chris told Gray had happened. That he came out the front door, turned left, went across the neighbour's yard next door, and then went on to Kelling, straight up Kelling, to the end of Kelling, onto the construction site, and then around to the retention pond. That's what was said. That's what was said to Gray by Chris. And it's what is said to Trey from Naught Divers. You hear Chris, it's a bad audio, but you hear Chris say he went out the front door, across the neighbour's yard, and on to Kelling. So I hope that Chris, I'd hope Chris would say that out of his own mouth so that we can be very clear. Now, I don't know what the PI is getting at about the tracks between days 1 through 4, because anything beyond day 4 is going to be pointless anyway. For all the reasons that I've talked about in videos on Search Dogs. I am going to do a members live. I was going to do it today, but given that this is really, really long, I might not do it today because I might need a rest. I might need a sleep after this. Right, because I have chronic fatigue. I have ME, and also I've never completely recovered from COVID. So I need a sleep after this. But I'll definitely do it tomorrow. I'll definitely do it tomorrow because I'm going to do a members live. It'll be available to everyone. So for those of you new to the channel, this is a little bit of sidebar. Those of you new to the channel, everyone can see the live stream while it's live. Only members can chat. So it's a members only chat. And after the live stream's over, then it goes to members only. So only members can watch the replay. But we're going to do it on Search Dog training. I've got some videos I want to show you. So I'll do it tomorrow as long as I have enough StreamYard hours left, because I'm too tight to pay for the paid version of StreamYard. So I have 2 accounts. And if I run out of hours on this account, I use my Michelle Walks account, but Michelle Walks doesn't have memberships, so I can't do members lives over there. So if not, if I can't do it, if I run out of hours on this channel, then I'll do it on the, I think it updates on the 5th. Like, it gives me my 23 hours on the 5th. So I'll do it then. But anyway, how much is StreamYard? I don't even know. But I don't live stream enough to pay for it. So you get 23 hours on every StreamYard account. But they don't tell you that you can't have more than 1 account. So I just have 2 accounts. So I get 43 hours. 20 on this channel, 20 on Michelle Walks. But I'll be close to the limit. I always get close to the limit, but I never go over it. Very rarely anyway. Very rarely go over it. So I don't feel that it's an expense I need to pay. I don't even know how much it is. Maybe like, I don't even know. I haven't even looked. But anyway, let's go with this. Are you saying that the audio went out? Oh dear. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me. All right, you can hear me. You can't hear. Can you hear this? Can you hear? Can you hear this? Oh, okay. Right. I need to refresh it again then. 1 second. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, hold on. I'll just turn back a bit. Right. Can you hear it now?
I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Not properly.
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we
a
will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked.
All right, cool. All right, good stuff. All right, I'll just turn it back a minute. Okay. All right, sorted.
So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're gonna work together, more than a week communication between the
Seth?
people. I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Not properly.
I told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
into
that we
a
will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
Oh dear, it's going to get awkward. Anna, thank you for joining. Welcome to the Secret Agents Club. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody's got a right to an opinion. So whatever your opinion is, as long as you're respectful in the chat, that's fine. Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone. It looked like.
Uh-oh. I think so. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's
it should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, you know, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
So I agree with Gray on this. I haven't seen anything that makes me believe that either Chris or Katie did anything to Sebastian. Were the problems in the home? Yes, absolutely. Are the things that Chris particularly has said that has antagonized people? Yes. But do I believe that they did anything to Sebastian? No. Shelley, welcome to Secret Agents Club. Thank you for joining. Thank you. This is on Websleuths, the channel Websleuths. The link to this, if you want to go and watch it without my commentary, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, and also it's in the description box. So if you just go to the description box of the video, you'll find it.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and it'll be a really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online.
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed,
I'm glad we're going to talk about dogs. My favorite subject. Did both dads spank him? I don't know. I would like to know the answer to that. Because if both dads spanked him, then perhaps that's why Sebastian didn't ring his dad and said, I want to come to yours. So I don't know. Don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's the dispatch audio. Now, that's public domain information, that dispatch audio. You can get it off Broadcastify. And someone by the name of Jessica Danielle went through 11 hours of dispatch audio from the first day, from the 26th of February, and condensed it all into 20 minutes. So I've got that audio. It's on Jessica Danielle's channel. I've talked about that audio loads. And right at the beginning of the dispatch call, you hear one of the searchers saying that Max, who's a German Shepherd, he works with Sumner County EMA, he tracked a scent to the retention pond and dove into the water. That's Max. Now, later on, there were 2 other dogs that also tracked the same scent. Hopefully, Chris is going to talk about it. That dog, Max, was never given Sebastian's scent. He just went out with him. Yes, I made a video all about that Max tracked a scent. Now, Max was a first responder. So whether Max was tracking Sebastian's scent, we don't know, because Max has never come on to do an interview. But a couple of other dogs who were given Sebastian's scent did track him, tracked Sebastian.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
I don't know that I'd say 25%, but there's lots of reasons why dogs lose scents or don't pick one up in the first place. All of those reasons I've talked about on previous videos.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you.
The chief came on and said it was a false hit. Oh, I know the law enforcement have confused matters beyond words. Beyond words. It's on the dispatch audio that Max tracked to scent. It's there on the dispatch audio. Now, according to Chris, several other dogs, one bloodhound, one blue tick coonhound, and then there was another dog that we don't know what breed it was. Chris has never said what breed it was. All tracked the same scent, and the scent is this one. It went from the front porch, left through the neighbour's backyard, onto Kelling, all the way up Kelling, and then across to the construction site, and then to the retention pond. So one bloodhound, one blue tick coonhound, and another dog that we don't know the breed, all track that same scent. And those were later dogs that had Sebastian's scent. Did I read the entire request for permanent restraining order? Yes, I read them on a video. Yes.
I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Yeah. Right. I think that it's the dogs that are more likely to ground scent, that seek a ground scent, that got the track. So bloodhound, blue tick coonhound, they both, like, they run with their noses on the ground. Other dogs that are trailing a scent, once that scent gets blown up, because the majority of this is a road, scent on a road just blows all over. So the dogs would just get sent off in loads of different directions. So trailing dogs that are trailing a scent, are going to get well confused because the majority of this track is on a road. So the bloodhound, who is the number one breed by far, you know, more scent receptors than any other breed probably combined, got that track. The blue tick coonhound in its ancestry has bloodhound. They're both primarily ground scenters. They'll run along and they're focusing on the scent on the ground, and they're less focused on air scent. They're not interested in air scent. So those dogs on a road, on a track that's a few hours long, might be more reliable. So perhaps law enforcement have said that the dog scent was unreliable because not all of the dogs followed the same track. But if you look at the breeds of the dogs, I suspect it's because of the breed of the dog. But that's just my opinion, obviously. But I do think there was a dog scent. I do think there was a scent. Right.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so
that was on the dispatch audio. A cop said that there was a collapsed cave, and the dispatch person said, "Are you okay?"
Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts with where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it.
So if they weren't able to get in all the caves, that's interesting. I mean, obviously they can't put themselves at risk and go in caves that are not stable. So that's interesting. That's a little nugget that we've never heard before. I believe Sebastian is down a ravine or in a hole. That's what I believe. Sadly, that's what I believe. I'm really sorry. I don't believe Sebastian's alive. I believe he's out there. I believe he's closer to home than we think. I think he's in the woods north of Stafford Court, and I think he's in a hole or in a ravine. That's what I think.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and this may, I don't mean to.
Cave professionals, yes. We perhaps need some organizations that specialize in cave searching and just how unsafe are these caves. Could they be made safe? As safe as possible. Like, no cave search is ever 100%, is it? It's interesting, though. That is really interesting. Really interesting.
To sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all three parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search them. We needed to be available.
Thank you. There is a God, after all. Thank you. That's what all law enforcement agencies tell parents. Do not go out searching. Doesn't mean to say that you can't go out putting flyers up, but it means that they don't want you to go out searching for a bunch of reasons. But, man, Seth has mentioned that cave and wants it searched. Yeah, maybe we need some caving organizations to offer to search all the caves close to the home, particularly north of the home. But would you search heaven and high water for your child? I personally would go out and search. I personally would. But that's because I know that if I came upon my deceased child, not to touch them. The majority of parents would touch them and potentially mess up a crime scene. They also don't want people, any person going out who is not professionally trained, going out on their own without the help of professional searchers or well-trained searchers in terrain that's problematic, because they don't want to have two missing people to search for. So they don't want people going out in difficult terrain searching on their own. Personally speaking, however, I would search. When my stepbrother was missing, I was only like 14, 15 years of age. I searched for miles for Ian. Peter Falding could go in the caves. Well, let him go in the caves and hopefully it doesn't come out. Oh, did I really say that? Oh, burn. Yeah, I searched for my stepbrother. Did my parents? No. They sat there waiting by the phone. I couldn't do that. I went out day after day after day after day with my dog, with one of his socks. As a sent article, I went day after day after day after day. Did I find him? No. Why? Because he was 400 miles away. He was found by the police two weeks later. 400 miles away. So no way could I have found him. But I searched every river, every bank, every ditch, every tunnel for miles. I had a picture of him. I was out showing people. Did anybody else? No. I was the only one. So yes, I know I would search. However, law enforcement tell you not to search. They tell you not to search. It was very interesting 2 weeks. I can say that. I took the call that had been found, because I was up all night regularly, like Sebastian, not a good sleeper. And I'd been out, come back in. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Got a call. It was the police in Inverness in Scotland, 400 miles away. They asked to speak to my dad. I said, who is it? It's PC somebody from Inverness Police. We have Ian here. I said, oh, you found him? Yeah. Yeah. Can you get your dad? So I went upstairs, got my dad up. They packed some food and they drove 400 miles to go and get him. And Inverness Police were looking after him. And then drove 400 miles back. Yeah. So there's a reason why I'm heavily invested in missing people, and that's one of them, because that was my first missing person case when I was like 14 or 15 years of age. I've seen it. I've seen what it does to people for just 2 weeks. Never seen my dad cry ever before. And he was in pieces. He was in bits. There's no way my dad could have done a media interview in those 2 weeks. No way. Was he asked to? No. He wasn't high profile. It was in the 1980s when people didn't really care about missing people. But I couldn't sit down. I was out. So it just depends on who you are, what your personality's like, and whether you're prepared to listen to orders. I'm not good at taking orders. But people who listen to the cops, they don't go out searching for that reason.
To talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there.
There you go. So the videos that I've made that loads of people have criticized, that's what happened. They're following orders. They're doing what law enforcement is telling them to do. Seth isn't. So that's why law enforcement are continuing to speak to Katie and Chris, because they're following orders. Should they be following orders? Well, that's not for me to say. I can only say what I would do, but everybody's different.
They're putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay,
we're
well,
going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm
law
gonna interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route,
The
and then law
spokesperson
enforcement comes.
speak for us doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
good.
yeah,
you're
you
correct.
have
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him,
when
and I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did you
can,
speak
as
with
I
him,
can,
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just
This is why people don't like Chris. Because he's cantankerous. He's awkward.
asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to it and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
I agree that Katie's the one who last saw Sebastian. What we're hearing about Sebastian's last movements is secondhand. It's hearsay because Chris wasn't there. So the person who should be doing these interviews is Katie. I get that Chris wants to protect her. I get that Katie is upset. I understand that. I don't believe Katie did anything to Sebastian. I believe that all of the criticism that Katie's got is completely unfair and unfounded. I understand that Chris wants to protect her, but ultimately all the information that we're getting about Sebastian's last movements, if it comes from Chris, it's secondhand, it's hearsay. Wouldn't be admissible in court because it's hearsay. So we do need Katie to be the majority speaker. I get that. I do get that. Now, if Katie doesn't want to, perhaps at this stage it's understandable because she's been torn apart online, completely unfounded. So you did that, you guys. You did that. Well done. Congratulations. You did that. If you've ever made statements about Katie, about her looks, about her appearance, about the fact that she's a murderer, about the fact that she was arrested at 19 and you didn't get your facts right because it was the wrong Katie Payne, all of that stuff has contributed to Katie not wanting to speak now. She's damned if she does, she's damned if she doesn't. Exactly, full deck. Absolutely. Totally. Does it mean that Chris is right to come on being cantankerous? No. No. It's why he looks guilty. It's why people don't respect him. It's why people have sided with Seth. But they have to move past this. They all have to move past this. And they have to do it offline. They need to air all of this, all of these grievances offline. It wasn't Katie that contacted Seth to say that someone was missing. It was Chris. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day.
He wasn't there, Bella. Please stop saying he wasn't there. He didn't work Sundays. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. So I'll keep saying it. He wasn't there. The PIs have confirmed his alibi. He wasn't there. So I'll just keep saying it now just to piss you off because he wasn't there. I'm sorry for anybody who thinks he was there. He wasn't there. The PIs who are working for Seth have confirmed he wasn't there. If they've been able to confirm he wasn't there, then law enforcement have also been able to confirm he wasn't there. Jackie, are you saying there's no sound? Can everybody else hear me? Can everybody else hear me? Maybe you're a bit behind in the chat. There is sound. All right, cool.
You know, we've heard from others who are, you know, not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood, because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well,
I agree with that. That's the closer in time it is to that key moment when he decided to walk out that front door. You know, those last few hours that only Katie was with him are the most important. The general thing, the general way that that household was operating is also relevant, but the last few hours are absolutely key to understanding why Sebastian walked out. Critical moments, absolutely crucial, and only Katie can answer that. Everything else is hearsay.
that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is, even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And
all right, so we had a great day. That's cool. Now, what happened when he got home? Only Katie can answer this. This is why people are saying Katie is the key. Katie knows more. Well, all right then. When he got home, he had to be tired, right? He had to be tired, probably overstimulated. You know, done a lot of activities. Now, kids, not just autistic kids, when they're overstimulated, they can get a little bit moody. They can get a little bit snarky. They can get, you know, they're overtired. So you know what yourself, when you're overtired, you can't sleep. It's annoying. It's the worst thing in the world. So was there an argument between Sebastian and Katie? Was there an argument? Was Sebastian overtired? Was Katie a little bit sharp with him? I'm not saying that she hit him and he died. Not at all. Not at all. But he'd been in a great mood all day. But what was he like when he got home? Was he under the weather? Was he overtired, overstimulated, overwhelmed a little bit? And maybe Katie was a little bit sharp with him. Or if he maintained his good mood and he went to bed with no problems, was there something on that phone call that Sebastian overheard that he didn't like? Were they arguing on that phone call? Was that what Sebastian didn't like? Or was the phone call fine? Was Sebastian's life in those last few hours, was it all fine? And Sebastian just chose to go out for a walk because it was a warm night and he couldn't sleep. All of those things, all of those potential things are relevant. But only Katie can answer what mood Sebastian was in when he got home. Was there someone in his room? Then went out. Was there someone in his room? Well, there was no signs of a break-in. There's no signs that anybody went in and took him. Like, he left that house of his own volition. There was no signs of a struggle, no signs of, you know, anybody else in the house. I mean, there could have been, but there was no signs of that. So whatever happened outside of that house, in my opinion. But I believe that there's no evidence to suggest that my opinion in that regard is wrong.
Like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think
Katie, for the record,
I think that has been a
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
but right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses,
Yep.
and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something.
That's true, Anna. High function autism. When overstimulated, person with autism can have meltdowns, absolutely. Around 15 years, that's when mothers are not able to control them anymore. Yeah. And maybe when Sebastian was in a meltdown, that Katie couldn't cope with him on her own. But only Katie can say that. Was Sebastian fully aware of stranger danger? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, if he knew he would get caught and punished, he'd have a fear, maybe. Yeah, absolutely.
Thing that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right.
So he didn't want to do online school. So he didn't want to go and live with Seth because he didn't want to do online school. Well, I can understand that. I know a lot of kids would like online school. But if Sebastian liked to go to school because he met people and he could socialize with people, then he wouldn't want to leave a school where he felt he had, freedom, that he didn't have a parent looking over his shoulder. He's 15. Maybe he did not want to do online school. So however upset he felt with Chris and Katie, he didn't want to go to his dad's. So he had nowhere to turn. He wanted friends. Thank you, Lady J. He wanted friends. He did. Duoditi. He did. He wanted friends. And he probably knew that when he went to live with his dad, he wouldn't have any friends. He'd be isolated even more than he was then. Now, the audio's a little bit bad, but I think that Seth was saying that he was going to do ABA therapy. Now, there's a lot of things I could say about ABA therapy. Now, for some people, it's fine. For other people, it isn't. It depends on the therapist. I personally wouldn't send a child to ABA therapy, personally, but that's just me. Look, there's so much wrong here. None of it relating to murdering Sebastian or disappearing Sebastian, but there's so much wrong with this child's home life. He felt he had nowhere to turn. He reminds me of me when I was 15. I felt I had nowhere to turn because I hated school. I didn't like it at home because it was tense. And even my grandparents we're siding with them. ABA, it's a type of therapy. It's like training. Like, how do you explain it? It's like proper regimented, like getting you to behave in a certain way, like correcting your behavior. I couldn't do it. I couldn't send a kid to ABA. I'd have hated it myself. It's any results it has, I personally don't think it's worth it. No, it's not like boot camp. It's a behavioral change program. So getting you to behave better by other people's standards. Hold on. I'll bring up ABA therapy. ABA therapy. All right. So applied behavioral analysis refers to approaches that are developed from a branch of science called behavioral analysis. ABA is not only used in the field of autism or autistic children. It's a science that can be used in many areas, such as dementia to performance management. It's a behavior change program, a behavior modification program. And it's like, it's not good. Personally, it's not good. It's used a lot in autism for social skills training, and it's hard. It's harsh, in my opinion. It's harsh. And if that's what they wanted Sebastian to do before he could go to school, I don't think that helps him get friends. I think that drives him more into possible depression. I don't know. That's just me.
Online school, totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like
ABA in its early kind of incantations was about making autistic children normal. Making them normal. Like parents would send their kids to ABA therapy because they thought it would make them normal. Now, there are improvements in ABA services. Some ABA therapists are great, but just the whole ethos of it, personally, I don't like. That's just me, though. But then again, I am a psychologist, or at least I was.
Normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really.
So once again, Sebastian wasn't listened to. Sebastian wasn't listened to. What he wanted in his life was to just have a regular teenage life. And all three of them seemed to be just trying to control him and creating this, I don't know, bubble for him, like thinking that he's, I don't know, less able or he just wanted to be a regular kid. And none of them were letting him be a regular kid, in my opinion.
Care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat.
Yeah.
on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing, and me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right
After
there's
the
the conversation
and
you should have had with
we had
Katie and
already
myself
spoken.
about what your plans were.
I'm sorry.
That's right. Sebastian had no agency whatsoever. He's 15. 15. I don't care if he had issues with social skills. He was still 15 with all the, the hormone changes and everybody needs to be listened to. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter. You've got to be able to feel that you have some control over your life. And I'm getting the sense that Sebastian had nowhere to turn. Nowhere to turn.
You want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie. And that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure. We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business.
Well, look, do I think he ran away because he didn't want to go and live with his dad? No, because it was a whiles away yet. It was a whiles away yet. Unless Sebastian overheard Chris and Katie on the phone talking about Sebastian and talking about when Sebastian went to live with Seth. I think there had to be some kind of catalyst if it's indeed the case that Sebastian left because of that. But there could be any number of things that were the catalyst. Like that they were arguing that the whole household was tense. Equally, he could have left that house because it was a warm night, he couldn't sleep, and he wanted to go for a walk. And it was as simple as that. But generally speaking, in Sebastian's life, he wasn't heard. He wasn't heard. Now, that's, in my opinion, the heart of the matter and why it is relevant. Like every little detail about every conversation that they've ever had in the last few months, no, that's not relevant. But the general sense, the general feel of how that household operated and how Sebastian was treated, that's very relevant. Absolutely relevant.
If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I
go
didn't
back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay. So Chris, you don't know me very well. I have two.
That's true. It was a risk, Lady J. Craved attention for friends. It's grooming territory. It is. It is. It becomes, when a child is isolated from their family, the family may not even know this, but that child is very vulnerable. And a child that wants friends, like Sebastian wanted friends, then that creates an environment where it would be relatively easy to groom that child. Absolutely true.
2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend, or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
if it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm
asking,
just. I'm making the
I mean, is this a normal day for them on a weekend?
It very.
For them to do all
Our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things, and a lot of times that's where you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids, so we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is
gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No,
okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say.
Okay, all right. If it was normal, that's what they did on the weekends. And Chris said that he wasn't overstimulated. Well, he wasn't there, so how does he know? How does he know? Because he wasn't there. And he hadn't been there for the last few weekends because he hadn't seen Sebastian since early February. So the only person who could, from the first hand, say how Sebastian had been in the entire month of February is Katie. Because Seth only saw him every other weekend. I know he spoke to him on the phone. But only Katie would know how Sebastian's behaviour generally had been, how his mood had been over the last month. Chris can only tell that to the public from a second-hand viewpoint. This is why it should be Katie that's speaking. So I don't know what else to say.
Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good well. You got a question about my
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone.
take him somewhere to lead a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just started.
Oh, Seth. Surely Seth's not believing this nonsense that people are saying, that he's been taken to some kind of boot camp or that Kathy and Terry Bowersocks are hiding him. Seth's been listening to too many conspiracy theories. I understand he doesn't know what to believe because he's listening to this side and that side and the other side, and
Wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any
I'm
questions.
asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all.
It shouldn't be, quite frankly, but here we are. Here we are. They're both grown men. They've chosen to do this publicly. Any one of them can click off this call at any time. So they're choosing to do this publicly. And here we are. And look, if Seth seriously believes that Cassie and Terry Bowersox are hiding Sebastian, then go to the police. Go to the police with that and let the police interview Cassie and Terry if they've not been interviewed already. I'm assuming they have, and search the house for hidden rooms. If Seth is seriously concerned about that, then call the cops and get that house searched. That's the only way that Seth could put his mind at ease. To do that. Has that been done? Has he called that into the cops? I don't know.
All the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, this statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
Law enforcement's not listening to Seth. That's true. Well, he's got 2 PIs. They're on the panel right now. They could call it in.
That's not clarifying. No, stop. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
and you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worshams and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement? This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I
well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath.
This is not helping. This is not helping quash this rumor. This is making this rumor stronger. This is making that rumor stronger. Oh, Chris.
Because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel
things.
Because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so
some of the BS off of you.
Whoa.
I get it. He has a right to be angry. I can understand why he's angry. But this is not helping. This is not helping quash that particular rumor. That's all I'm saying.
That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly.
Yeah, but that was a question.
But I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have went.
I did say that actually several times. And you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
Wait, Dragonfly. I like Chris, really, Michelle. How is this making it worse? I guess you would like to be attacked daily with baseless BS. Chris said phone his mom to Seth doesn't fit narrative. I'm not saying this. Personally, I think this conversation and Chris being particularly triggered when this rumor is mentioned is going to give that rumor more fuel. Absolutely, Seth could call Kathy, or, like I said, the PIs, if the cops don't want to speak to Seth, the PIs could call the cops and ask them to search Kathy and Terry Bowersox's house. That's what they could do. This all being now in the open, this now all coming out like this, has done nothing to help quash that rumor. That's what I'm saying. I understand why Chris is angry. I do. I understand. I've said this all the way through this live stream. I understand why he's angry. But at the same time, the way that he responds to people isn't helping. So whether it's understandable or not, it's still not helping. Like many things that Seth has said have not helped. Some of the things that Seth has said have fueled the fire. So it's 6 of one and half dozen of the other. They're both hotheads. They're both angry. And it's understandable why they're upset while they're angry, but it still doesn't help matters.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public.
And can you imagine Sebastian being in the middle of those two? Can you imagine that? That they're both on at Sebastian, maybe for different things, but put yourself into the mind, into the brain of a 15-year-old who is trying to figure out the world, is trying to figure out his emotions. He wants to be listened to. And you've got a stepdad and a dad who are both hotheads, who probably both speak at him and don't listen to him. Can you understand that from Sebastian's point of view? Because I don't care what what Seth thinks or what Chris thinks, honestly, quite frankly. This is about Sebastian. So can you imagine what it's like when you've got these two dads who both maybe mean well, but who are not listening?
Public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
My biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Exactly.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room. Somebody can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap, which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop.
I'm glad that Seth realizes that these kind of rumors are crap. I'm glad that he's not believing it. It sounds like he's not believing it, so I'm glad about that. I really am. Thank you, Blissful, for gifting 5 memberships. That's so kind of you. So we've got Lemon, Lime, and Bittersweet. We've got Shaggy, Scott, Archie's mom, and I Plead the Fifth. So thank you so much. Thank you, Blissful. And welcome you guys. You get a month's free membership. Thank you. Do you rather deal with Seth than Chris? Yeah, I could get on with Seth longer than I could get on with Chris. Having said that, they're both hotheads. They're both cut from the same cloth. And it doesn't mean to say that they don't mean well. It's just the way they are. They're hotheads. And I say that as a fellow hothead. I say that because I can see what the, you know, I have to be the spokesperson. I have to do the talking and I get mad. That's me. So I say this with kindness to both of them. They're probably not easy people to get along with. And from a 15-year-old's perspective, if you can cast your mind back to when you were 15, it's a difficult time, 15, for anybody. So if he feels he's not being listened to, he probably needs to go out and just be on his own and go for a walk. And he probably liked going out at night when it was quiet. That's why one of the reasons I like going out at night is because there's no people around, because the world is way too people-y. So going out at night when there's no people around and it's dead quiet and it smells really fresh and it's just really nice atmosphere. And maybe Sebastian went out for walks regularly and maybe just this time he didn't come home. Why? We don't know. That's the $6 million question. But I don't think it's directly related to what any of the parents did to him. Indirectly, yes, because of the issues in the home. But directly, no. I believe Sebastian went out of his own volition and something happened outside of that home. I'll die on that hill until there's more information that changes my mind. If new information comes up that changes my mind, I will tell you my mind has been changed. Because I'm not on anybody's side except Sebastian's. And I will go with evidence that points me in a particular direction. And whichever direction that points me in, that's where I'll go. But at this moment, I'm dying on the same hill that I've said all along. I believe he walked out of that home of his own volition. What happened to him after that is the question that we all need to answer. We're nearly at the end of this now.
Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My retort is real simple, Seth.
If you find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out. You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way.
That's true. That's true.
That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing my
Let me finish.
things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, please. You had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up.
Okay.
Is it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's
What
it.
he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find
Chris?
it.
Oh,
Who's
hold
coming
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris. Finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand. I see where people got that,
Right.
but that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think
That's
that I
not-
don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not
That's
going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we
Okay.
move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
Actually, Sebastian. Not
I'm sorry,
Seth.
what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be with
I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
Callie Mountain Snake, yes, I have the DV papers that Katie filed. I read them on a video.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think,
Please go north. Please go north.
really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mhm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, you know, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you.
That would be great. That would be fantastic. They need to shout and scream and get all of the feelings out, and no one's feelings are invalid. Everybody needs to have a chance to get their feelings out before they can start to move forward. But that needs to be done offline, in my opinion. But this is a step forward. It is. Maybe that will open the door for that to happen. Hopefully it will anyway.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later.
That is shocking. I'm really sad that that's happened, that there's people that have been sitting with information for 2 or 3 weeks. That's crazy. Crazy days. As soon as you know something, call law enforcement. The TBI number, 1-800-TBI-FIND, has been scrolling along the bottom of this screen for the entire live. 1-800-TBI-FIND. Please, if you do know something, if you have information, if it's a credible tip, please call it in. Don't sit on it. Full Deck 52 gifted 5 memberships. Meg, Canadian Cookie, Music City Mom, Garrett, and Girl Next Door. Welcome, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Full Deck for gifting those memberships, and welcome everybody. Months free memberships. We hit 1K. Woohoo! All right, so there'll be 20 memberships. Soon as this is over, and it's close to being over now, I will gift 20 memberships. So stick around because you might get one.
But the moment that they come in, when you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, you know, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to like center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
I believe that too. And the law enforcement did say from day one that if you have a property that you cannot search yourself, call them and they will send people out to search it for you. So that stands just as much today as it did 8 weeks ago. So please, if you're in the area, please search your property. Even if you searched it before, please search it again. And I hope that the PIs will focus on the woods north of the house, because he could have gone for miles without being caught on one camera in broad daylight.
There you go. I will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please.
They said that. They absolutely said that that's what they would do.
Everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay.
Amissa, with all the searches that have happened, do you not think they've already searched north near Sebastian's old school? No, they searched part of that woodland, but not as far up as White House School, because that's 8 miles away. They did a 5-mile radius. But even the area that's been searched once, it needs to be searched again, because people get missed, things get missed time and time and time again. Someone is found close to home. I'll give you the case of Bryn Hargreaves as a perfect example. I've got videos about Bryn. I've talked about Bryn recently. He was found 14 months after he went missing, 300 yards away from his front door in Woodland.
That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Totally, 100%.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's when he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
BBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity still exists out here, that we can come together. Heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people don't do something, they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store,
Mm-hmm.
on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, geez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people
They
out there
don't communicate.
that don't know locally.
Right.
That's really sad. That is really sad that people are still not aware locally. So if people are not aware locally, how have they searched the property if they're not even aware?
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing
It's a
that he is
short-handed.
saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
Totally. Totally. So I think this is ending on a productive note. I hope they can all take this forward and work together. And both sides need to be one side. They just need to be united and not fuel the rumors anymore. And hopefully the PIs can help with this.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor because you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You want to sit there and pick on people? You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need, because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
It's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Right, I'm going to leave the chair for a second because Cassie wants a wee. So I'm just going to go downstairs and open the back door. I will leave this open, on, by the way. But for the next minute, I'm not here.
my son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get him
a
a hold of
regular
me?
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to PBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's
Absolutely.
important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages. And even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it. And that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand.
Back. Just saying.
Where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children. And I would like for you to take your step back and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them. You get to hold them. You get to hug them. You get to give them kisses every night. You get to say, I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down. Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help, and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whoa, that was a long one. I don't even know how long I've been on here. 4 hours. I've been on nearly 5 hours. Are you kidding me? Seriously? This is the longest ever live stream that I've ever done by far. By far. But I think that was really good. I think it was, I'm glad that it happened on Trisha's channel. I think she did really well in, you know, making sure that everybody got heard. I think that, or at least I hope that this has opened the door for both Chris, Katie and Seth, plus their PIs, to get together and work as a team. I really, really hope that this is the beginning of a, if not a friendship, then at least a working relationship, because ultimately the only person that matters is Sebastian. And I believe, personally, I believe that they all want the same thing. They all want Sebastian to come home. And it's just got completely out of hand. And there's a time for this person's to blame and that person's to blame, and that's all happened. And I think that they need to move on from that. I think we all need to move on from that. And yeah, where there's criticism, you know, if it's, you know, Seth said some stuff, Chris and Katie have said some stuff that have not helped, that have you know, fueled the fire from both sides, and that needs to stop now. And hopefully that's step one of that just not being a thing anymore. And hopefully once they all start working as a team, maybe they'll all get answers from law enforcement that, you know, they perhaps can tell them, and they can all work together, and, you know, and law enforcement can be confident that the PIs or Seth or Katie and Chris, they're not going to spread that, you know, things that law enforcement don't want out in the public, but they are able to work together. And that obviously there'll be things law enforcement won't even tell the family, and that's completely normal. But yeah, hopefully this is, you know, they need to turn the page and they need to start working together as a team. Gymnastics 101, thank you so much for the $14.99 Australian dollars. That's very, very kind of you. Very kind of you. And when they do appearances online, hopefully it's with just one goal in mind, and that is not to pander into any rumors. It's to publicize that Sebastian Rogers is still missing. And let's talk about Sebastian. Let's talk about the search for Sebastian. And there were some things on this that I didn't know about the caves. The caves is an issue. The fact that there's caves out there that have not been searched because they're too dangerous. Well, let's get the specialists in who can search those caves in the safest way possible. I hope that they can search the entire publicity. If people in the local area are still not aware that Sebastian is missing, well, there might be huge tracts of land that have not been even looked at because the property owner isn't aware that there's a missing child. So these are things that, you know, everyone can do. Everyone can help, you know, pass that message on. and hopefully it reaches the right people. The right people. Dogs can do the caves. They won't send dogs in if those caves are unsafe. They won't send dogs in. And that's obviously because those dogs are people too. Cameras can go in the caves. Yeah, they can do, only if there's accessibility for a camera. But anyway, the caves bothers me. And also the entire area, particularly north, needs to be gone over with a fine-tooth comb again. That's just my opinion. All right, before people start to disappear, I am going to gift 20 memberships. All right, so it's telling me that I can give 10 memberships free. So let's do this. So I can do 5. All right, so that's the first 5. Elizabeth, oh God, Amy. Oh, it's too fast. It's too fast. All right, another 5. All right. There we go. That's another 5. And then I'm going to pay for 20. So it's a new thing on YouTube that creators are allowed to give 10 free memberships away per month. And the rest I've got to pay for. So I am going to pay for 20 out of my own dollar. All right, this is just a thank you to everybody. This is just what I do when we reach 1,000 likes on a live stream. I've been doing this a while now. This is a thank you back. I can't choose who these memberships go to. YouTube chooses. So don't think that I'm picking my friends, because YouTube decides based on, I don't know, algorithm and stuff. The chat's moving way too fast for me to name everybody who's got one, but congratulations. That's 30 memberships, 10 free, courtesy of YouTube, and then 20 of my own dollar. So congratulations if you got a membership. Congratulations if you got a membership that was gifted by someone else earlier on in the live stream. But I've been on here now for nearly 5 hours. I need to go and have a mega long sleep now. So I'm glad I got through it all. And that wasn't even the first hour. I only started at 1 hour, 13 minutes. So there's another hour that you haven't seen. So if you want to go and watch this, and I recommend you do, I'm going to go and watch it all again as well. Then the link to it is pinned on the chat, at the top of the chat, but I'll put it in again. So this is Websleuths. Trisha did really well here. Websleuths is a great channel. So if you don't know the channel, it's Websleuths, all one word, and go and subscribe to them. Trish does some really good cases. I watch her regularly. Strongly recommend, no drama. So Websleuths, no drama. And yeah, she covers a lot of good cases. Mandy, member for 17 months. First time stay for a long live. It's the first time I've done a live beyond 3 hours. 3 hours has been my maximum. But this has just been, I've just not realised the time's just flown by. My voice is feeling it though. You're going to replay the live. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to go and get some sleep. Even though it's 10 to 2 in the afternoon, it sounds like a good time for a nap. All right, so once again, kudos to Trisha from Websleuths. You did really well. And hopefully this is the beginning of a productive working relationship. And ultimately, it's all for Sebastian. So can we have some green hearts in the chat for Sebastian? On your way out, just pop a couple of green hearts in for Sebastian. And that's how we're going to go. So thank you, everybody, for being here. If you stay for the whole live, then congratulations. You need a nap as well. Thank you to the mods. I think we've generally been respectful and nice in the chat, but everyone's entitled to have their opinion as long as they're respectful. I certainly haven't needed to time anybody out. I don't know whether the mods have, but we've been good. Thank you for the donations and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye, folks.